we'll just go live now. I'm kind of fucking tired. I don't even fucking feel like waiting today. I just woke up from a nap, or not really a nap, just like I fucking fell asleep when I got home from work, bro. We've been in production, and it's been tiring. uh Diesel, I've been burned by the sun. I'm in so much pain. Send help and aloe vera cream. I, Hal, I believe you are someone who told me that you don't burn. Never mind. Lady nerd artist. Yo, whose head is that? That's Scarlet Reaper's. But word on the word on the street these days is that he's back from the dead again, and he made like a 3.5 hour video, and nobody fucking cared. uh, all right, what's up? You know what time it is. I want to get through this call. So I'm back here, and I'm doing it again. I know some people are like, well, okay, you know what? Actually, this one's kind of based. I actually think this is a really fun drama. It's also kind of different because just I can't. I've not seen somebody more wrongfully persecuted than this Adora Bunny lady, and someone so willfully allowed to be such a dysfunctional grown woman as Radia. You know, so yeah, obviously last time I covered this, we learned that Radia is like hot, like on God hot. But I kind of got over that by now. I think I kind of, you know, I'm a free man now, I guess, you know. It's like the nap. It's like the nap reset my voracious goonery. Can I get a quick TLDR of last stream? So I thought, okay, quick TLDR for those of you who weren't here. In case you didn't show up to last stream, let me fill you in on the drama. So there was this VTuber by the name of Radia who has massive honkers, and her entire shtick is that she has massive honkers. Her and her homies all had them.
You stole it.
I'll put the peanuts in the mail.
I mean, he went after Fauji Scarlet it 2 bitch made for round 3 with the little guys.
Yeah, well, you know, any opinion. Okay, it's really funny because it's like a mix of him watching guys who agree with him vaguely as like a cope video. But then the 3-hour video is also loaded with like the strange idiosyncratic Scarletisms, right? So it's like, here's an opinion from Papa Gut or place character here, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, so that's why Diesel exposed that I have a feeder fetish, because he was trying to run counter operations for Pure Softy, who also has an age kink regression. He's trying to distract by showing my kink to protect her. And it's just like, what? And then another one was like, he said that Beckett was smoking weed, but we all know that he was rolling cigarettes.
Is this the same Radia who was asking for mons from her audience and got mad once said they spent mons on another Vtubers membership? Smiley face emoji.
Going back to the recap. So Radia was good friends with this lady named Adora, who also has big tits. And basically, where everything gets really crazy is that Radia was basically being dysfunctional. And apparently Adora did everything in her power to help her friend manage all of these bad things. Radia didn't like her friends holding her accountable and telling her that she should not be such a piece of shit person. And basically, they had an intervention. Apparently, this intervention is pretty bad. I'm looking at it today. and we'll be picking up from there. But basically, everything I've looked at shows that Radia has been nothing but completely just malignant, while Adora has been a completely reasonable actor, saying things like, you shouldn't prioritize such ridiculous things as content all the time. You should focus on people in your real life instead of the internet. You should be grateful for an audience you have, not the audience that doesn't exist. And various other things that basically any of you would tell somebody you care about to not do. Radia's complaint about $50 a stream doesn't even make sense. She's a Twitch streamer. They get money off of subs, not donos most of the time. That's so true. That's yeah, yes. Speaking of, you reminded me. Hold on. There we go. I need to make a goal. I'm just here for the large boobs. Beckett, yeah, I know Beckett doesn't smoke weed, but I have it on good authority that that Scarlet is like literally actually so retarded he's on like government disability.
How much to get Goblin Honkers just so we stay on the important topic? Smiley face emoji.
So it's like actually like he's actually that mentally retarded. And I'm not even really gonna dignify it other than this, because it's just like he just kind of wants attention. But he was like trying to break bread with Rose Malay and every other single person who has any single kind of grievance with me. And it's very clear that he's just like a dysfunctional burden on the social services system. I'm not saying we should get rid of social services. I'm just saying that we should look at your tweet history, okay? I've seen a lot of tweets. And some of you should go homeless. Oh, he also had umbrage with my Grums video, and he like alluded that it was like a airbagged like the propaganda piece. If you think Grums isn't a grifter, I got a bridge to sell you. I bet you think Nux Taku is a really, really well-informed political actor too, huh? I understand the irony of me saying this dressed as a green guy right now. Come on now, that's rude to the disabled community. Don't put him in that group. But yeah, I mean, he can do whatever he wants. I don't really give a shit. Anyway, we're here to talk about the heavies. Dude, these these ladies are in heavy combat, okay? They got artillery pointed at each other. Lala, you got twitchy eyes when you laugh. Yeah, because I need something better to track myself, you know?
Nuxtaku is a man of class like Mutahar is an engineer, and both definitely don't watch Loli together.
See, now that's just a chat where you're like, I think these people are probably criminals. And it's just like, I mean, I don't know about that. Mutahar definitely did lie, though. That is crazy to hear. I have to say, I like Nux's VTuber. Yeah, his VTuber model is pretty detailed. I think it has a lot of things going on in it. I think it could kind of be streamlined a bit, but that's like my take. I feel like there's too much Sans Undertale and then X from Teen Titans. There's just too much. There's way too much going on, in my opinion. I feel like a lot of VTuber models suffer from that, though, where there's like a billion things. And like, do you really want that many things? Hold on, I need to recalibrate my fucking tracking. Ah, okay, that should be good. There we go. I just needed to check. For some reason, it's like it's acting up. Okay, so last time I was looking at all this shit, I kind of skimmed over Radia's Google Docy. So I kind of want to take a gander and see what I might have missed. Unless, okay, so some of you I know have been following this. I don't know if any of you have read all 96 pages. Of course, I have like a job, so I can't read everything. So what did I miss? Dude, why? Dude, my model is like fucking... Close your mouth, bitch! Oh, look, you can see the outline of my face. Diesel, where are your massive hockers? It's so crazy because you can tell this is like my face. You know, doxed. Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. You know, I can like do this because you've already all seen me. But you can see now that it's like when I want to do something, I kind of have to overact my face. There we go. So I can send you more heavies if you Q. I have so many heavies that I'm let's see. So we read through all of these, and then Adora also featured a bunch of these. Post intervention. I feel like we gotta listen to the intervention before going post intervention, right?
Teeth, cheese emoji.
You have so many you need more? No, I have so many I don't need more. Post intervention X main issue general. Okay, all right. You know what? Let's just read over the post. So, all right. Post intervention escalation. Up until this point, this appeared to be something that although handled incredibly poorly, blah blah blah. All right. The primary source for the discovery of these discrepancies, outside of Radia's own words, was a document that had been forwarded to Digital Vagrant, Radia's partner, on May 29th, 2 days after the confrontation. It was presented as bullet points that had been gone over during the call, as well as a summary of what Radia had done to justify the call in the first place.
Why do we need an intervention now?
No, see, here's the problem. You don't... Lady Nerd Artist, okay? The heavies rise in direct proportion with mental illness, you know? Consequently, I like it when they have the heavy mental illness, you know what I mean? Okay. This document has been altered. So we read the accusation document. It was down here, right? We went over this last time, where it was all these small weird grievances that they seem to have had with Radia, right? Stuff like her lack of gratitude for the money that her community gives her, lack of gratitude to seep out of the community, blah blah blah, and DMs, complaining to Adora with a lack of gratitude to Gobston, despite being a dedicated clipper who has given countless videos and promotion to her for free and helped grow her channel, but stating it wasn't enough. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I know I joked with the chatter Louis being like, you're my librarian, but like, you know how many streamers would kill to have a clipper like that, dude? Like,
Heavy
Jesus.
times mental illness equals Google Doc.
All right, post intervention. But yeah, there we go. We already know what this is. What I want is to know what her take is on all of it. Main issue, the Saturday night stream. This section revolves around the alleged hiding of a late night Saturday night stream done by Radia's partner, Digital Vagrant, while she was away. Radia was accused of faking food poisoning and playing up her illness for money, with a variety of poorly constructed evidence and a complete lack of understanding of medical issues. Okay, so here was the problem with the stream, right? It wasn't whether or not the stream was like fake, right? Or the food poisoning Also, I started your Trump collection. I believe you. I believe you have. And playing up her illness for money with a poorly constructed evidence. So the problem, Radia, with the stream is that you did it in a bathroom in a private space and didn't tell your friends, right? Or like, let's say your fucking partner did it on their own, right? That's still a problem. And then you co-signed it by just showing up in chat and not like, you know, being like, honey, get off of my account. We're literally sleeping in the other room, right? Like something like that would have been, it's just like good decorum, right? Like if I'm recording a video, I would, and I'm in a hotel room with other YouTubers, I'd be like, yo, other YouTubers, I'm going to be recording a video. So please be quiet or leave. And you know what they do? Be quiet or leave. Cause that's normal actually. It's like a productive, collaboration, you know? Doing filmography related things requires silence sometimes. Crazy. The problems in this opening would be as obvious as you read it below. Accusations are made without context and supported with no evidence. I don't want to be the guy who's like those in glass houses, but
honestly though, who
wow,
goes, hey,
we got
my
chat, we got fruit already,
on my
dude.
channel,
That's
let
crazy.
me go in chat and talk about my sickness on the shitter.
The real problem is that you're doing it in a bathroom, I'd say. I don't like, I personally wouldn't mind, but if I need to take a piss or shit, and I am a shitter and pisser, I'd be very mad. Very mad. Let's see. Trump, Docky, read for 20 minutes. That's a lot. Oh, Jesus. There we go. Let's see. Isn't Radia in green? Why are we... Hold on. Let me go fucking look at the beginning of this. Let's see. Well, it's irresponsible. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, wait. No, these sections... Okay, so that's just like labeling for like the sake of labeling. Okay, so never mind. So you're just making it green to make it green. I'll just assume it's Radia writing this. Let's see. It is simply assumed Radia is lying about her health. The fact that she was able to run a stream in which a lot of gift subs are given out is offered as a connection, in spite of the fact that Radia will frequently run streams which generate gifted subscriptions and hype trains, i.e. money. In the same manner as one could make the accusation that Radia uses her cat to garner money from her supporters. You're a VTuber now, Diesel? I miss your pretty face. Dude, I know the Louis Rossman stuff is where the Clippy stuff has started, but it is crazy that I've seen like 3 or 4 Clippies in chat tonight. But my pretty face will be back for other streams.
Your model is very nice too, Diesel.
Damn.
And don't worry,
thank you.
I budget these donos.
I'm glad you do, philosopher. Thank God. I'm not worth being destitute. Let's see. It's simply assumed Radia is lying about her health. Well, wasn't the whole like assumption about her lying that she was like, I don't feel well from eating this food that I didn't want, even though she didn't vocalize she didn't want the food, right? And then eating the next day like nothing ever happened. Like, I don't know who's gotten over food poisoning, but it doesn't happen in a night.
Diesel, Slugs Normie arc has begun. You owe me soup.
Honestly, I'm really happy for you, Slug. Clippy says release the Epstein files. I miss when you'd stand in the back of your room and flex your pec saying, good boy. A good bit long gone. I don't even remember ever doing that. uh, yeah, but it's like, it's the whole weird thing about the food poisoning is that you didn't vocalize what you wanted to eat and then complained about eating something you didn't want. And then said you got food poisoning and then ate the next day, right? But the only person who can confirm this are you and Adora, because apparently there's nobody else that could confirm this. So it's just her word against yours on whether or not you were actually sick or not, okay? Of course, because I'm lying, Diesel. I've already said I don't remember things.
Employed slug equals normie vibes. Vtubers are cringe.
The type of health problem also changes 3 times. At first it's unspecified, then it jumped to food poisoning, and then to mental health. We're really moving the goalpost here, but whatever. All right. It also accuses Ratty of massively overemphasizing a health problem for money, but also keeping it a secret. A complete contradiction. I feel like we need like details here, you know? Yeah. I feel like she does overemphasize her health problems personally. That's where I would land on this from everything I'm seeing. I don't think it's about her. It's not really that her friends feel she's keeping it a secret. It's more like that she is dishonest about it, right? It's not that she's not telling anybody she's ill. It's that what she's ill with is basically context sensitive to whatever gets her the most sympathy. Let me guess, she has BPD. Honestly, if you looked as hot as her and were like 6 feet tall, I guess you could have a little BPD. It's a shame that she seems to be a frivolous spender and completely an insurmountable debt, because she is like wifeable as fuck. Ratty is entitled to her privacy. Stop writing in a third person. Ratty is entitled to her privacy as it made it clear on numerous occasions she does not like discussing her health issues and often refers to her health issues as hot girl tummy troubles. Other members of STEM Project also do this, including Adora and other VTubers within the same sphere of influence. Guys, is it like is the is the opium trade like where hot girl tummy troubles resides in that sphere of influence? The other highlighted issue seems to focus on Radia's consumption of dairy products, which is a presumed assumption that Radia is lying about being lactose intolerant. Holy shit. What the fuck? I mean, okay. We call it hot girl tummy troubles, but girl, let's be real. It's IBS and you just be shitting. Okay? I know what it's like. IBS is like a fucking, what is it? A symptom of other related mental health issues usually, right? But the lactose intolerant allegations are really funny. Can we get you tested for lactose intolerance? I think we need to put this rumor to bed. Lactose intolerance is not an uncommon issue. There are pills which contains enzymes which, if taken daily, allow someone with lactose intolerance to consume dairy products. Dude, this girl is explaining the concept of lactaid pills, dude. Radia had these pills on her person along with her other necessary mealtime meds and has been vocal about taking these pills. Adora would know she was taking them. uh, uh, what, you know, I was just thinking there was what's the medicine you take if you travel to like a fucking giga malaria country? Oh, Imodium. So this is so there was a time in my life where the doctors were digging in my butt twin and they thought I had colon cancer. Yeah, I'm sure that's really great to find out in your early 20s. I don't have colon cancer, but one of the because I kept like shitting all the time. The doctor was like, if you need it, take some Imodium. It'll calm your stomach. And I did. And then I started taking Imodium a lot. Let me make sure I'm talking about the right medicine here. Yeah, it's an anti-diarrheal. Okay. So you're not supposed to take Imodium regularly, all right? You're not supposed to do that.
Brut's 2025.
No. So you can't take Imodium all the fucking time. You cannot take Imodium all the fucking time. It is like I'm traveling to like the jungle countries, right? And I need to take this, right? You can't take Imodium regularly. If you take Imodium regularly, it's gonna give you fucking heart problems, okay? And I would know, right? Because I was having like I was having hot girl tummy troubles. I took Imodium, right? And then in response to that, I started to have heart problems. So my heart started racing all the fucking time. And I was like, my blood pressure was like through the roof when I was regularly taking Imodium. And it turns out, if you regularly take Imodium, it's gonna start fucking giving you heart problems. And so I was micro-dosing a heart attack by taking Imodium every day. It literally almost killed me. Dude, shitting almost killed me. But in
Hot
case you
girl
guys are
tummy
curious,
time.
there's like a supplement which is just like mint. But the only one that's worked for me is IB Guard. So if you're somebody with shitting problems, 100% recommend IB Guard. Not sponsored. I can't spell. I also can't spell. It looks like this. It looks like this. It works. I swear. I'm a certified pooper, okay? All of these are small nitpicking items that could have been resolved in a 15-minute conversation with Ratty over coffee, which also would have coincidentally given her hot girl tummy troubles. None of this is grounds for an intervention. Diesel gets sponsored by poop pills. I would 100% take that. The final conclusion is a good example of the kind of abusive language that's highlighted earlier. Punishment is reframed as the only result of Radia's actions, but also a favor to prevent the situation to get worse. It's a classic, I'm doing this for your good. She didn't really address any of these things. She actually didn't even address the fact that they were filming it in the bathroom without the consent of the other members. Like, she just completely avoided that and then talked about how she's like has hot girl tummy troubles. This is a tactic used to force the mind into a submissive position. The feeling one gets when faced with this sort of language is a sense of hopelessness. You know,
we're here to talk to you about your ass's extended warranty. Smiley face emoji.
You know, given Radia's propensity for for plastic surgery, there is a possibility there's a warranty on her ass. The victims seek to please the abuser while glossing. Okay, so we're just gonna like therapy speak our way past the actual complaint. General lack of gratitude. I mean, this is like a really vague one, and it's something like, if I buy lunch for a friend, I don't expect a thank you. But like, if I've given my friend like the clothes off my back and I constantly bend over backwards for them and they're like mad rude about it the whole time, yeah, I don't expect a fucking thank you, you know? Like, There's tons of examples I can think of. I don't know if you guys have ever, like, if you guys go to like a fucking wedding, like generally like you leave a gift and then you expect like a fucking thank you card in the mail with the fucking new husband and wife like a few months later. Or like you go to a baby shower and you give money and then you expect like a thank you card a few months later after the baby is born and a picture of the fucking baby, right? Those are reasonable things. So for example, those are two examples that I've experienced where like I've given things and then the other parties involved just never gave a thank you, and we're like either very close friends or family, right? So at that rate, I could understand being a little fucking offended, but like the offense goes fuck you, and then you move on. There's a lot. This section features a number of alleged comments made by Radia that were either interpreted as malicious or actively misconstrued as Radia displaying a lack of gratitude, painting her as unappreciative for the support received and for her friends in general. It also featured accusations that Radia, as she made more money than others, had no right to complain or express anxiety about monetary issues around others who have less. I think you should be able to just fucking complain with people about money issues you have, but if the tax bracket is like insanely different, I don't know. They're probably not going to take you as genuine, right? But it's like, I don't know. Are we really going to be pulling out our bank account balances to like determine who's richer than the next person? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I make more or less money than a chatter. I really don't make a lot doing this, but like, could I not also lament with a chatter of a different tax bracket about their monetary issues? It's a little woke scoldy in my opinion. I'm not like huge on that IMO. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like how much money is Radia making? Can we like nickel and dime this one into the ocean? Because like if she's earning like a really nice wage, it's kind of hard to be like, what the fuck? There's a lot to unpack in this section, but one factor you should be aware of is that Adora has been to Radia's house where her monthly budget is stapled to the fridge. Didn't they mention that earlier in this? Adora is fully aware of Radia's living expenses. Oh, wait, no, I read this. That's why. Again, you'll note the constant use of "this is good for you," followed by "you didn't say thank you enough." This is, again, the language of the abuser. I think that we should be teaching our children manners. You know, saying thank you, holding the door open for others. This is like the backbone of social interaction, right? These simple things that go a long way, right? That's something that gets taught a lot less these days, and it shows. Let's see. This is the sort of abuse. Okay, we're just going to say that this is abusive. All of these accusations are, again, minor nitpicks. You see the repeat. Okay, not to listen. I know that these are like kind of nitpicky in isolation and also not public, but Radia, it's kind of weird because Radia threw the first stone in this. She's the one who started the drama because she went public about it, right? So the onus is on her, and now she's fighting allegations she herself produced to the internet. And she says that they were being shared privately, but she hasn't shown evidence of that being shared privately. So I just have to assume that she's posted it publicly, and it's kind of her fault that we all know that she's like an ungrateful bitch. You see a repeat of the $50 hotel suite argument, and I will not insult the intelligence of the reader by explaining why someone may have concerns over spending of thousands of dollars on flights, hotels, convention materials, and restaurants, but might find a $50 hotel room upgrade good value and potentially worth it. Dude, me when I make a really frivolous purchase and then I try to justify it to myself by saying, hey, I can just write this over my taxes. No, man, no. So you budget for a trip, you set aside all this money, you know how much you're going to spend, right? When you make extra expenses and you complain about money, when you start adding on extras that you didn't need before, you don't like that's not gonna compute, bro. Diesel does girl math. This is 100% girl math. This is 100% girl math, dude. You'll know back in the first issue, Adora tells Radia to take a break, which is combined with a vague threat. This, at this point, has become a theme of money, revenue generated from Twitch viewers, and the need for Radia to take a break from streaming or else have been very common to allude to the greater purpose behind this document. What, they felt you were getting too big and they were trying to take you down? Is that what I'm hearing? That your friends pulled you aside to try and stop you from becoming more famous and rich than them? Oh, brother. Main issue 3, copying of content. I gotta double back and check. Hold on. Document section. Let's see. Copying content. Hold on. I'm trying to do speed read right now. Adora never brought this up, but having Kono bring it up to me in private. Something blacked out. Let's see. People coming on her stream and helping out or doing other things. Lack of gratitude. People complaining on her stream. Coming on her stream. Complaining about the standee frequently despite having thrown it together in the last second. Complain during a convention about being able to not spend money on fucking cringe items. I haven't seen copying. Okay. All right, we got to the copy section. Copying of tweets without asking, i.e. the hype meme, celebration on YouTube success, copying of elevator concept, putting barely any time into it, then complaining about not being received well. So does this actually come from Adora's like accusations or like intervention? I'm sure we'll get to it, but like really if somebody gets mad at you for copying a meme, that person should get a job. All right, that one I don't agree with at all. If that is the crux of that, if it goes no further than that, them getting on your ass about that is fucking crazy and stupid. Copy memes exist to be copied. The definition of a meme is, by definition, copying. That's literally the definition of the word. The final issue is short and lacks substance. I mean, it's not short and lacks substance. She lays it out pretty succinctly. It's just that the grievance is very stupid. Again, these are fictitious claims with no real evidence, as they attempt to allude to a greater problem with having to mention it without having to mention it, nor provide the evidence it is happening. No, I mean, the point of them doing that is that you do things only for money. Your relationship with content is really sour and based upon what gets you the most attention and money, right? That's the problem. So the copying of the meme thing, while completely stupid and ridiculous, and I don't agree with it, exists as a symptom of the overall arching theme that they're trying to convey to you, right? They're saying, oh, you have these bad relationships with content that I just mentioned in a much more smarter sentence, okay? And then you're choosing to not listen to their thesis statement, all right? So it's not that it's a fictitious claim. By the way, this would be a really easy thing to check. If I see that you have the same meme as another VTuber, I've basically got you dead to rights. So this is not something that you would really want to fucking litigate, because if it wasn't the VTuber community, this would have you clocked like instantly. The first few things mentioned, such as the elevator skit, is something Adora worked with Radia to replicate on her own channel. aforementioned YouTuber Laserpig. Laserpig wrote this. This is Laserpig. Dude, I can never watch this fucking YouTuber again. This is I like his history content, but this is so fucking giga cringe, like fucking baby. You're unironically, he is actually too old for this. He is actually too old for this. This is so beyond the pale of I assumed that this was like hot girl summer BPD Olympic hot woman. I'm gonna here. I'll pull up Laserpig's channel. Here, I'll pull it up. Ow! I can't spell. University of Oklahoma. Laserpig simped out, which is crazy because he likes cock. This is Laserpig. This is Laserpig. He's like actually pretty. Some of his research was so good, it's caused Wikipedia to correct its mistakes, right? Which I know some of you are like, who cares? But like, considering it's like literally fucking Wikipedia and we all use it, that's actually like a good thing. But yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. Unless there's another drama he was a part of, I'd assume it was this one. But it's the honkers. That's crazy, dude. YouTuber Laserpig, me, claimed that Adora even offered to show him how it worked and he wanted to replicate it on his own streams. The TLDR at the end is more of interest. Again, the repetition that Radia is at fault and the need. Dude, I'm sorry, but Radia is so manipulative. Laserpig is actually the fall guy in this. It actually, finding out how much of this is written by Laserpig is like fucking insane. Okay, because this makes Radia look more innocent, or well, like this makes Laserpig look more like a fucking idiot and Radia more like a smart, not like that smart, but like comparatively speaking, like this guy is really falling on the sword. Okay. The TLDR at the end is more interest. Again, it is more of interest. Again, the repetition that Radia is at fault, the need to take a break or else is repeated. What was her... I am so curious to know what her role in writing this was. Because if he's the one writing it, I just... I'm sorry, but I think the whole, like, gay op to cancel a career is coming from inside the house. I feel like Radia, Laserpig, and other associated party members are actually the ones trying to kill careers here. And it's not Adora and the people who sided with her. At least that's how it's looking right now. The document cuts off abruptly mid-sentence here, likely due to Adora altering the document. Is it not possible that... Wait, so was that a screenshot sent to you? Was that Laserpig's messages? How would she alter it? It's a docx document. What are you talking about? Likely due to Adora altering the document. Well, this is actually astounding. Jesus. Digital Vagrant's account. I don't really give a shit what the boyfriend has to say. He's obviously going to be supportive of his partner. I guess we'll read the DMs, right? And then I'm gonna get to the call. Radia has blackmailed Laserpig, calling it now. It was May 29th that Adora chose to reach out to me. She appeared sympathetic, and I was so emotionally exhausted from the events of the prior day. My car had also been rear-ended during this. You know, I'll say this. When it rains, it pours. sometimes bad things happen in my life, and then I get on the internet and bad things happen. But it's not in my best interest to tell you guys what bad things happen in my life at the same time that bad things are happening on the internet, because then it's just used as ammunition or like some other thing. So it's better I keep it to myself and not tell you the details, right? I mean, trust me, if she keeps doing this, I'll keep my distance. In the end, I can't fix her. She has to fix herself. That's true. Adora's basically, like, she's literally saying, what do you mean, we're your diary? No, no, no. You're my cult of adoring employees of Little Guys Incorporated. Digital Vagrant is the boyfriend, right? I'm not crazy in reading that. I have no reason to believe Adora. She's proclaimed she saw Radia as a sister. My partner was in a state of near complete hysteria. Okay, yeah, so I'm correct. She has to fix herself. No, neither can I. Take care of yourself, Digi. I'm trying, but it generally feels like my world collapsed out from under me Tuesday. I do not doubt her affection over me. That can't have been faked. But the rest of this, I don't know. What? I'm sorry. It really feels like there's some fucking... I feel like there's some fucking, like, event that occurred. Is this all because of the... Is this all... I'm sorry. Let me go back and read this. I need to actually get this guy's mental state. I'm sorry. I'm so curious. I keep doing this thing where I'm like, I'm not reading the whole document. I value my time, and then I go back and I read a section. I want to preface this statement by pointing out that first, I had no reason to disbelieve Adora's sincerity or honesty. She had proclaimed constantly that she saw Ratty as a sister and generally believed that she was approaching me from an honest place. Further, though, I do not wish to indulge in details. I'm a former abuse victim of extremely similar tactics to what was used in this situation. I'm sorry, but, like, we can just not tell people these things. I'm extremely susceptible to tactics like this. Oh, brother. And have a significant amount of time in therapy, including during the time of this document, attempting to improve this. Guys, the call is coming from inside the house. I was messaged by Fenrari Mori as I came out of a therapy session in the early morning of Tuesday, May 27th. Fen's statements were the most benign warnings that Redia's mental state would be fragile, but made specific mention of the many accusations mentioned in the list while providing no evidence. It was at this point that Fen dropped out of contact due to falling ill. This was the last information I would receive for 2 days. I had received no warning that any of this would occur, and suddenly had a nuclear warhead dropped into my lap. Listen, man, I understand that your girlfriend's friends might be your friends, but if something happens with your girlfriend's friends, you just kind of need to be there as the boyfriend and be a supportive person, regardless of how nuclear or bad the fallout is. It's ultimately her job and responsibility as the adult in that situation to handle it, but you're allowed to be a supportive partner. It's another thing to take an active role as like a person in the friend beef, because then it just gets really messy. The next 48 hours were abject hell. I was effectively paralyzed, unable to do my day job, effectively barely sleeping, head feeling like it was full of static as it appeared my life was disintegrating before my eyes. What do you mean? What the I'm sorry, I cannot wait to get to this call. My partner was in a state of near complete hysteria. It took all my energy to keep her from making incredibly rash decisions. Okay, so my partner is mentally, like, going through a mental health crisis because of an intervention she had with her friends. And 0% of this rests on the partner. I'm sorry, but, like, at a certain age, you're kind of responsible for your own mental health, okay? Like, your partner having a mental health crisis is not the fault of other people around her. It's kind of on her. It's not on other people. Including abruptly departing from the content space with no plans for making up the financial gap. Yeah, yes. Whatever. I'm not even gonna relitigate that one from yesterday, or Tuesday. While also attempting to get her to speak to me about what had happened. From what I could tell, her shame and humiliation was so overwhelming she couldn't speak to me about it. She just continued to blame herself while trying to figure out how to properly atone, incredibly focused on attempting to save her friendships. It's like... I'm sorry, but if my partner isn't telling me what's going on with, like, her friends, and she's, like, just not filling me in on what's going on, and she's having, like, a mental health episode, I'm not gonna bend over backwards to be like, how are you doing, honey? You're perfect, honey. It's okay, honey. Right? Because it's like, you're not letting me in to have a productive conversation about this. If you don't let me in, I'm not going to, like, expand my social bandwidth for that. I can't. That's like something I did when I was younger, and it's not, like, good for either person in the relationship. We are not oracles to read minds. Yeah, we can't fucking figure... Like, that's not how... Men are dumb anyway, dude. You can't be fucking beating around the bush. It was the May 29th that Adora chose to reach out to me. She appeared sympathetic. I was so emotionally exhausted from the events of the prior days. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, trust me, blah, 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 blah. I read this. I'm trying. I feel like my world collapsed under me Tuesday. I do not doubt her affection for me. That can't have been faked. But the rest of this, I don't know. Why is that? I'm sorry. Am I reading between the lines here? But it's like, I do not doubt her affection for me. That can't have been faked. But the rest of this, I don't know. What does that sound like happened, guys? Am I crazy for reading that? Like, she cheated and he was, like, accepting of it or something? Does that not read like that? I know that we have, like, a hole in this story because there's some missing event that occurred. But, like, could this really have been caused by that entire call? What am I gonna walk into when I listen to that? Like, like, I do not doubt her affection for me. What is that even? Why is that included? It sounds like you were nothing but, like, supportive of both of each other. So what is the missing piece? Like, yeah, she did me wrong, but I know she loves me, so I forgive her kind of shit. Yeah, it feels like there's a little piece missing, right? What later struck me as odd as I came out of my emotional shell shock was Adora had slipped into accusations that made no sense in hindsight and had not been listed on the document. She seemed utterly misinformed and abjectly cruel. Note, Adora has long been aware that Radia has chronic medical issues of a severe nature, even if she had not been privy to the full details. There was no basis to make the below. I'm really worried content was just making her worse and not better, because I know I have to fight off my own brain rot and demons from it. What you... I'm sorry, but these creators sound like they're staring into the fucking King in Yellow playbook, okay? And fucking Nyarlathotep is, like, reaching out with his fucking tendrils to suck you into the play that kills people, dude. Like... How unhealthy is the relationship with content that you're constantly standing on the precipice of complete and total, like, fucking ego enlightenment reverse annihilation, dude? God. I'm really worried about Radia. That it's just making it work. On an unrelated note, can you make sure Ray eats enough? When I saw her at Anime North, she had lost considerable amounts of weight since I last saw her, and I'm concerned she may have an ED. That's kind of that's a little inappropriate. I understand they're like homies, but I think that's a little inappropriate to go to the boyfriend and say that. I don't know. That's just me. I think that's inappropriate. I don't know what's like. How close of a relationship do you got to have to be able to go to your friend's boyfriend and be like, I think your partner is fucking purging or something? That's like, I don't know if anybody would know it's him, right? It was not until Radia began speaking with the assistance of her roommate that I began to get suspicious. Wait, so is that twink of a man we saw her roommate and not her partner? I'm like... It was not until Radia that then critically again, once I was informed of the nature of our meeting and inconsistencies began to show, I was incredibly unhappy with what I was hearing and decided to follow through on recent therapy efforts to cease being conflict avoidant and express what I'm upset rather than bottling it up. Ay, Dios. I requested a phone call with Adora and Palm. I'm still reading the Google Docu, but I am planning on getting to the call tonight. My week and my weeks of her roommate with no warning. Screenshot excerpts of my request listed below. Digi, I didn't exactly want to drop it on her either. We dropped it the same day we realized you literally had as much heads up as we did. So you guys like last minute prepared like an intervention. Probably should have, you know, kind of dotted your P's and Q's. And I'm saying it was an absolutely terrible idea. So was the way in which you engaged her. Dude, how the fuck are you supposed to go to adult people these days and tell them that they're being a rancid asshole? And also, these fucking screenshots are clip chipped to hell. Release the Adora files, dude. So how should we have engaged with her with your... How should we have engaged with her with your perfect hindsight, since we were the ones that had to breach the hard combo? Wait days and do it individually. That's a mean response, Adora. I will say that. But also, yeah, actually, if you're saying it's a terrible idea, say what you would have done in hindsight. Unironically offer something up, right? So Adora can't make a change unless you provide anything. Or talk to her like a friend immediately, and how I talk to her now going forward. Or talk to her like a friend immediately, and how I talk to her going forward. Okay. She had been compulsively lying to us and her audience. It had to be talked about immediately. How is telling her she needs to be grateful to her friends acting... Let me read that back again. How is telling her she needs to be grateful to her friends acting as a brand risk? First off, I'm not acting like I have perfect hindsight. You are offering up an opinion as if it is with perfect hindsight. That is literally what you just did. All right. Are we not supposed to confront her ever, Digi? Like, yeah, going forward, we're going to make it not pile up. Secondly, I don't think it's hard to realize that a 3-on-1 surprise VC session is probably not the best way to engage with someone who suffers from that kind of trauma. Guys, we got to stop using trauma as an excuse for avoiding conflict in our lives. Trauma is not a reason to avoid things that need to be crossed, okay? We go through life, time moves in a linear fashion, it is ever marching forward. You have to cross bridges. Bridges must be crossed. If you sit around not addressing any person's issues, right, or beating around the bush in order to console a person, you're never gonna fucking achieve anything, okay? You're never gonna get anything done. Yeah, except I'm honestly confused because I was the one doing the streaming. It's a fucking... You're a couple, motherfucker. You're a couple. And she didn't even mention the food poisoning stuff until the hype train was well underway. Nor did Veggie and I make it a big part of the dono conversation. Radia isn't an idiot. She knows what food poisoning is, dude. I'm pretty sure I'm not an idiot, and I misuse terms all the time. Listen, I'm sorry, but food poisoning is not a collegiate level discussion topic. I mean, it could be, but like not in the context that we are using it colloquially. Okay, we're talking about food poisoning. We all know what food poisoning is. I doubt people in my chat don't know what the fuck food poisoning is. Okay, we know what food poisoning is. If you're saying that your fucking radiologist girlfriend is so fucking lame brain stupid that I cannot fucking believe this. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess if my girlfriend was 6 foot and also had like a killer bod and everything else, I guess I would also bend over backwards. But Jesus Christ. Context, she was saying she was lying on the bathroom floor in her chat during this stream. Well, then that... Boy, what a fucking surprise. I apologize if I started too aggressively, but I am upset and I can't lie about it. It's fine. You had to go to the hospital with her. I get it. And no, that's fine. I'm standing pretty firm that we treated her like an adult, and that's the whole point in the end. And unfortunately, I'm not going to agree with you on how you did things. The entire format is hostile. She was never going to respond well to that. I just don't know how the fuck do people address things with people? You know what's crazy? I've had people that I was friends with in my life that have been like, "Listen, man, this is an issue. We got to have a call about this." And we have a call about it, right? And the other person is like, they just don't take any of it to heart at all. And they just ignore it. Like, at that point, what the fuck do you do? Right? I've even had it where emotions get high. I cried, the other person cries. We both say that we care about each other, blah, blah, blah. Everything's like all good. We learned a lesson. We improve for each other. But then they just go back and do the same exact thing despite that entire conversation. So, like, what was the fucking point of doing that? Right? It's like you can lead a horse to water, but if you're constantly the one breaking bread with your friend in order to maintain the friendship, you don't need to do that. Stop doing that. Okay? I've done it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth the fucking energy. And unfortunately, well, you're basing it off of what Radia said. Of course her perspective is going to be skewed, but that's literally not what's happening. And Adora should know better. This is the boyfriend. It doesn't fucking matter what Adora says. The boyfriend is, I mean, I guess in the right context, is going to be the supportive one of the girlfriend regardless of the problematic behaviors. I'm basing it off of what Nim said. It took me days to get anything out of Radia at all. It's just not taking Ray's word for it. This is not just taking Ray's word for it. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. There's no... Dude, it's your girlfriend who's getting fucking grilled here. Oh, you're not going to be a little bit territorial and defensive as a partner? Bullshit. That's fucking insanely... I would fucking put my penis on the line to not believe that, okay? I normally hate VTuber allegations, but every other streamer I watch is covering Destiny's food shop shit. I'm sick of EHD. I love this stuff. This is the best girly cat fight I've seen in months, dude. I'm eating this shit up. All right, I'm like a fucking Greek guy in a Greek yogurt factory. Okay. I'm one Oikos down and one Chobani in, dude. That doesn't even make sense. What the fuck did I just say? Adora, literally does not matter what words you use or how polite you were. The way in which you sprung on her pretty much guaranteed she was going to react like a deer in headlights. You know what I'm going to do? If I have somebody who's like, I have trauma and I really struggle with conflict, and then when that person has an issue, I'm just gonna like walk up to them and then scream in their face and go, ah! I'm just gonna grab them and shake them like a baby. This image is too wide to resize. I will fucking enhance and read the original. One-on-one is not how that works, Digi. We're a group. We didn't bring anyone else into the call that was not part of the group. We didn't bring anyone else since it was only relevant to us originally. If one-on-one communication with people worked, interventions wouldn't even be a thing either. Genuinely am going hard to disagree on the one-on-ones being the answer there. Yeah, I 100% agree. Because I don't know. I know for me personally, in my personal life experiences, the one-on-ones don't work. The one-on-ones don't work. I would be like, is that the yogurt effect? That's just the levels of power that you can ferment when you become a yogurt cell like me, okay? You want those probiotics, boy. You know, you want them probiotics. It's important to note, it was only after considerable time had passed that I discovered that last point was even a lie. Adora had begun to involve third parties by this point. There wasn't even a non-Project Stim third-party individual in the call where they planned their intervention. But at this point, I still hope that Adora was operating in good faith. Okay, I was just reading that to like understand. Adora began to evolve, and there was even a non-Project Stim third-party individual in the calls where they planned their intervention. So, like, I don't know, maybe it's like somebody who's important to them. I don't know. I feel like I'd need to know who that is. Like, that kind of rests on just me trusting you, and I just don't. The call was unproductive. I was met with defensive hostility immediately from the get-go, to the point that I nearly retreated from the call entirely. My favorite stuff is when somebody's like, I was involved in conflict, but I was terrified the entire time. Oh, Adora refused any request to apologize and only repeated justifications and excuses for their actions taken. If I have something that I stand behind it. Okay? Just because somebody's my friend doesn't mean I'm going to constantly, like, be like, oh, yeah, well, you're my friend, so I guess I'm going to just, you know, let's just agree to disagree. I'm sorry. I left the call frustrated and dissatisfied, but with the logic presented to me and the way in which I was spoken to, which was full of straw men arguments and attempts to dodge any kind of accountability. All right, buddy. I'm going to need to see that call. All right, these Discord calls, we record them. Oh, my God. I was not spoken to like a third party and felt guilty about involving, but the nosy trespasser they wanted to force back down. I later found out from a mutual friend that Adora flippantly referred to me as doing a misogyny because I objected to the aggressive tone right out of the gate, as well as dismissing me as bias. Me when I heckin' do a misogyny. Oh my God, this is fucking just sending me. This, as well as dismissing me as bias, when the only points I raised were that a lot of their actions seemed extreme, as well as expressing a displeasure from this being sprung on me with zero warning. I don't think does he need does the boyfriend need to be informed by the friends that they are going to be doing an intervention on his girlfriend? I feel like telling him might make it that Radia wouldn't sit down to receiving criticism from her friends. Like, I think telling him would have been bad. I explained multiple times this was an attempt on my part to enforce my boundaries, which I have been. I don't care if you've been in therapy for months or years. Why are we just oversharing? Which I have been in therapy for months about due to my tendency towards conflict avoidance. This apparently had no effect on their opinions. Oh, 100% of fucking course he's biased. Lamau, we all know that and aren't mad at him for that. Mostly just him doing a misogyny on Palm, lol. Well, now it's not even a misogyny on Adora. Apparently it's something bad happened to Palm, dude. What did he say to this other person, dude? Maybe it depends if he tells her or not. And maybe knowing how she'll react to prepare. I don't know. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. But it kind of sounds like Radia would have not sat down for the call if she had known about it in advance. EHD being a black hole in this community is so funny. Like, what do you mean? This is just the current alternative to talking about genocide. Well, the thing is, EHD is like it's like a infinite money glitch that has negative repercussions, right? Like, you'll make a lot of money, and I'm sure you'll get really famous, but like, I almost feel like the fame comes with a lot of strings attached. I feel like you get trapped in like the debate raposphere. You know, is that like a thing? The debate raposphere? I'm just not interested in that. I I like Glup Shitto stuff. I gotta be honest. This is a lot of fun. I just every single twist and turn of this document is so fucking good. You couldn't write books this good, bro. But yeah, it's like the stuff about him being biased. Yeah, no shit. That's the correct read. I ceased all communication with Adora, Prom, and Ferrari. The level of defensive irritation and attempted minimizing of my concerns was upsetting and only intensified my feelings that something was not right. So you had an opinion and they said, we don't agree with what your take on the situation. And so you decided to just run? Okay, sure. Yeah, once you start covering EHD, you need to continue doing it. Yeah, you need to do it forever. It's a tar pit. It looks like you've struck oil, but it sucks you in until the only thing you until it's the only thing you cover and you die from starvation. While my direct involvement with any dialogue ended at this point, switching solely to assisting Radia, that's all you should have been doing to begin with, is assisting Radia, okay? I did bear witness. Dude, he bore witness? You're telling me this motherfucker bore witness? Digi comes off as very annoying to me. Considering as a drama frog, my only experience with somebody named Digi before this is Digi Bro. He was already fighting an uphill battle. While I understand that my account of things will inherently be considered biased due to my status as her partner, I want to emphasize anyway that Radia, up until she realized what was being done to her, fully attempted to appease Adora and any aggrieved parties as much as possible. Ah, God. Dude, sorry cop behavior, dude. And heavily heaped blame on herself in cases where the accusations were not true or were heavily misrepresented in hopes of saving her friendships. This went far as Radia heavily considered just leaving in content entirely multiple times with zero financial preparation of any kind. Ay. Radia is incredibly conflict avoidant. Man, two conflict avoidant people in a relationship must be really good for the relationship. I bet you guys have zero problems with each other. Dude, I'm sorry. Seeing Laser Pig's fucking Discord profile picture inside of have a job. It was at this point another party's involvement began. Laserpig, a mutual friend of all three parties, who had received spillover awareness of the ongoing issues when Digital Vagrant had reached out for understanding. Why are we talking in third person? Did Digital Vagrant stop writing now? I guess so. Laserpig decided to act as a neutral third party. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Not attempting to get directly involved. I have tried to do that third party thing. Here's my take on that. Don't do it. 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 Let the friendships they have fall apart naturally without your involvement. Do not become a participatory party. Listen. Do not engage. The second you engage, you are now picking a side, regardless of whether you want to or not. There is no being neutral, all right? It's important to document that he had been tangentially involved at this point. Send me what you have. Let me talk to Adora. It's not that I don't trust you. I just think everyone is going round and round in their heads and could use a third party. You should. This is like watching somebody step headfirst into traffic. Nim was being that. I'm not about to start throwing accusations. I'm just expressing frustrations and concern. Understandable, my guy. I'm just trying to help where I can. There's more going on here. I've got bad news, Laserpig. You might be a history nerd, but you are not a drama nerd. You lack the requisite learning educations in order to do this. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The response doesn't. Ray didn't even fight back, dude. Just collapsed. I'm so fucking. Why is it's almost, dude, the boyfriend is actually making it worse right now. The boyfriend talking about his girlfriend's problems right now to somebody else is actually making it worse for her. This guy is actually making it worse for his partner. I swear to Christ. Why is this in the document supporting Radia? I think you both need to focus inward towards each other, at least for a little while. This will never work if you can't start by trusting each other. I mean, yeah, ultimately he needs to trust his partner, but he also is like trusting his partner while gossiping about her. So it's like not answering anything, but whatever. It was at this point that almost all productive conversation broke down between Adora and Radia. The flashpoint took place on June 4th, during a stream in which Radia was speaking to a fellow content creator and offhandedly mentioned that many relationships in the VTuber space are extremely transactional. You gotta be kidding me. You're telling me that all my coworkers are my friends and we can't all get along? Guys, it's okay not to be friends with everybody, okay? Different relationships work different ways. You'll know what a friend is when you have a friend. You'll know what a business coworker when you have a business coworker. You'll know what and how off-putting it could be. Dude, the only time I ever see VTubers say something like this is when they're the most, like... VTubers say stuff like this when they are this kind of person, okay? That is what they say. Like, literally, it's another, like, the call is coming from inside the house, right? I know I've used that a few times, but it just feels very apt here. Whereas the VTubers are so strange because what they'll do is that they all act nice and that they're all the best friends, but then, like, deep down they actually have this seething hatred, you know? They're like, oh, I hate Shy Lily. Shy Lily is ontologically evil and I despise her at every single being, right? It's an extension of idol culture. Yeah, it is an extension of idol culture, but it's almost like it's like idol culture is there, but then on top of that, what they took in with it is almost like this, like, weird Jersey Shore diva thing. Like they're diva maxing, dude. I'm still reading through the messages and apologies from people many I've never met, who've never engaged with me because of Adora, due to the sheer overwhelming nature of responding to every message at this moment in order to clarify until I publish a comprehensive video statement. I'll address these common misconceptions and outright lies. She's taking a victory lap, Diesel. I cannot. She has not shown any evidence, dude. She has not shown any evidence. Why are people taking this, dude? Where has Adora fucking gay-opped her, dude? Where is the gay-op? Show me the Adora files. Show me the Adora files, okay? Okay? Show me Collab Island, okay? Take me to Little Collab Island, okay? On the Lolita Express, coincidentally named after the other plane. I think this is a conspiracy, not a conspiracy, but like this call better be the most alarmingly rude call ever, okay? How is this a victory lap time, dude? Can you wag and wear the hood? Sure. Nah. Okay, Project Stim ejection. This VOD was able to be preserved as it's still able to be downloaded. The VOD has been uploaded to Google Drive. The knock-on effects. Okay. The flashpoint took place June 4th during a swing, blah, blah, blah. This extremely general, non-specific comment was taken as being directed at our Project Stim compatriots. I'm not stupid. I know how to make a passive-aggressive, vague statement, dude. I know how to make a passive-aggressive, vague statement. You were making a passive-aggressive, vague statement, which it seems like you confirm is about your homies. So, I mean, what do you have to say about that? Oh, streamer was talking on stream, and then their clip chimp got sent to their friends. Wow. This was used as proof that Radia was not actually sorry. Trust me, I didn't need this. I didn't need that to know she wasn't fucking sorry. Damn, Diesel can't read. I literally am like fucking exhausted one. I was so tired today at work that I was like struggling to read things, so you know, it is what it is. The knockout effects of being perceived of this perceived slight were as follows. Attempts by Radia to arrange a follow-up meeting to continue to hash things out were delayed and put off an additional week. Radia was not immediately told of their new point of anger, which was later revealed to Radia on June 11th to be from a stream held earlier in June, in which Radia said some people view friendships as transactional, while speaking with another uninvolved content creator on content creation in general. None of the Project Stim members were mentioned at any point, including Adora. I mean, were they ghosting you, or is there like a reasonable explanation for that? Which was later revealed to Radia on June 11th. Yeah, it's just I feel like we just need more. Like, you need to give some fucking context here. When the second conversation finally occurred on June 11th, Radia, now entirely broken and feeling completely alone, desperately tried to appeal to Adora and offer her apology for whatever Adora dictated was a problem in the hopes of continuing to salvage the situation. So you felt that there was a problem and then continued to just give them what they want instead. I understand you're conflict avoidant, but now you've chosen to go into a conflict, but then give them what you didn't want to give them anyway, which is whatever. At the same time, she attempted to hold her ground to the point that she was... I cannot fucking stand this person. Jesus Christ. These apologies were refused, and the focus remained on how Radia had hurt them. God, I better hear some insane shit in these calls. Ongoing slander and harassment campaign. So this is the one that I want information of, and was never like provided anything on, right? Which is the most irritating part. This is something that needs evidence, right? So one of the actual serious things that Radia alleges is that Adora basically tried to blackball her. And I haven't seen anything of that sort ever in any of this. Nothing. We're 36 pages in this, and there hasn't been any evidence of that whatsoever. Casually doxing Radia's name and personal information that Adora discovered to completely unrelated third parties. So Adora attests that this party was not completely unrelated and was like a close friend of theirs who was not going to leak it anyway. So, I mean, it's not good. I don't think Adora should have done that. And it definitely was like, oh, Adora is just like throwing out this vent bullshit, right? But either way, it wasn't appropriate. And it's marked in red because it's uber serious, right? It doesn't seem like anything came of it. And also, Radia's face is public. It's really easy to find somebody's face and then cross-reference that using a specific search engine that cross-references pictures of faces. So she must have like her, like it would be easy to like pull out her LinkedIn using that image of her face from her video. So it's I know it wouldn't be hard. Not saying that anybody should do that. I'm just saying you make it a lot harder on yourself to maintain anonymity when you do that. Actively spread disinformation narrative to still unknown number of uninvolved parties. So we have no way to confirm this, and you don't ever confirm it, in an attempt to freeze Radia out of much of her social and support networks as possible, publicly disparaging Radia, both personally and through additional content creator. Yeah, I would love screenshots. Radia attempting to privately announce her... Publicly disparaging Radia, both publicly, personally, and through additional content creator. upon Ratty attempting to privately announce to her community about her cessation of contact with Adora. Guys, you can actually just stop being friends. You don't actually need to be like, I am publicly announcing my friendship has ended with Adora. We don't need to actually, like, make a public statement. I don't make public statements when I stop being friends with people. I don't do that. That's weird. I just let them live their life like a normal fucking person. Work to continue Radia's isolation at the Off-Kai convention and various other social events. Inspired implied. What does this mean? What does that mean? Inspired implied threats against uninvolved third parties speaking to Radia during the... What does that even mean? Diesel, have you heard of Sonic Sega Gamer? He is a 500-pound guy that beefs with kids on VR chat with his mentally disabled posse. SSG acts like Tony Soprano after severe head trauma. Guy comes in the chat. Hey, have you heard the thing about this insane person? Honestly, though, that guy sounds like a lot of fun. Like, I don't understand. What does this mean? Can somebody, like, give me a fucking spark notes on this? What, like, so she talked to people who threatened Radia, and they're outside of the friend group? Due to extreme isolation and overwhelming sense of hopelessness regarding the situation, Radia attempted suicide, an act that was narrowly averted. That's not Adora's fault. Nobody, like, I just... Why are you trying to make it like Adora put a gun in your hand, dude? Let's see. Radia went to Off-Kai, and she was a friend. And she was with a friend, and when Radia went to the bathroom, a friend of the other person walked up and chatted shit. Wow. Dude, these guys... I love VTuber drama. These guys are so messy. She would grow fearful of spending money on herself and would oh my god. It would later become increasingly apparent that the situation had never been either private nor in good faith. I don't know about that. Over the next month, more and more information came to light regarding Adora's subterfuge. Nearly from the beginning of the situation, which only intensified as time went on. Despite Radia's attempts to resolve the issue quietly and privately, Adora has continuously and consistently attempted to discredit Radia's name to everyone she could contact. This was not limited to people directly involved with Project STEM or close friends, but was spread to a still unknown number of people. Okay, so I have a hot take here. What if it wasn't Adora? What if it was somebody else? What if it was one of the other Project STEM people that spread it to other people? Maybe it wasn't Adora. Maybe it was somebody else. Have we ever thought of that? You have no way of confirming because you even admit it went to an unknown number of people. So perhaps it was one of the other members and you're wrongfully accusing Adora.
Radia probably doesn't even watch Laser Pigoon to her feet. I'd why he's defending her so hard.
I don't know why. Because Pomado does most of the talking in the first call that traumatized her so much. So you think Pomado's the one that's the gossip hound? Maybe. I think Adora's taking a lot of the heat here, dude. There are whispers in people's ears mentioned in the introduction of this document. These whispers range from vague warnings about something potentially coming that Adora would try to keep them out of. No, Adora doesn't want you spreading too wide of a net, right? Which is why she's telling people in advance. I've had YouTubers come to me and be like, I'm going to be in a Google Doc-y, Diesel, just so you know. And I'm like, okay, right? So they'll tell me in advance because everybody knows. Because I guarantee you talking about making this document leaked because of one of the people that helped you write this, told someone who told someone who told someone who got it back to Adora. 2 full-blown tales of Radia purporting bad behavior and untrustworthiness. This also included her roommate, anyone she recently collabed with, and an unknown number of others. The second you literally didn't need to add this part. Adding in an unknown number of others means that I don't know who it went to. It could be anybody. She's been vague posting about the doc on stream and clips. This girl is actually, I think this was malicious, guys. I know I'm just trusting Chatter Glupshido for this, but you know, some people have their autistic fixation, and I think they're on the money about it. It had the second and likely intended effect that this would also break Radia's confidence. She began to stream. This is such like a this is such a Scarlet Reaper paragraph. It had the secondary and likely intended effect that this would break Radia's confidence. She began to stream less and felt she was not worthy of the attention and goodwill she received from her community. She described herself as running on 5% and did not believe her streams are up to par. Oh my god. Oh. I watched Rima Evenstar's coverage where she shows all those clips. Rima is very pro-Radia though, and it's annoying. She would grow fearful of spending money on herself. What do you mean she would grow fearful of spending money on herself? And would often forego eating. She became more drawn into herself, quiet, difficult to talk to. This is a document you posted, and this is really insane to put in here. They would attempt to end things with her partner because she wasn't worth it. Oh my god. This bitch makes everybody else like have to deal with her mental health bullshit. At this point, the lion's share of evidence comes from testimonials. The lion's share of evidence has already come from testimonials. There's nothing to corroborate your more egregious claims against Adora. It's lacking any evidence from the other parties who came forward at the time to provide evidence of Adora's lies. As communications between Adora and Radia had halted, Adora, presumably due to becoming aware she was leaving an extensive paper trail, moves both of her communication to VCs. Our picture of the extent of this slander is likely incomplete. You haven't even began to put pencil to paper, bitch. We have no way of determining how many people this reached, but we have confirmation from an independent, uninvolved third parties that this reached at least one content creator with a multi-thousand viewer count, as well as a representative of a corporate entity. Who cares? Who cares? Why do you care? Why do you care about the opinions of others? Are you not a grown adult? Grow some fucking balls. Grow some genitals. Below is a compendium of the relevant testimonials. I don't care about any of them. Discord harassment. Okay. During the course of Radia's attempt to move on, she discovered that any attempt to speak about what had happened in anything resembling a public fashion would be met with retaliation. No shit. Getting in drama gets messy. Wow. Call me. Wow. Wow. Is this your first day online? Adora announced a hiatus in June, apparently due to poor mental health and needing to be a better person to those around me. You know, guys, when I just need a mental health break, I just leave. I don't do this. I hate it when creators do this. I don't like this. This is like a VTuber thing. I understand that there's like a parasociality associated with it, but it's so cringe. Radia assumed, quite reasonably, this may have included her poor treatment, and saw this as the opportune time to quell questions of why she was no longer streaming with Adora, as quietly and non-committally as possible. She proceeded to make a short statement near the end of her stream, and ping her streaming announcement role in her Discord, attempting to explain her separation from Adora, without appearing as if there was any drama to dig into. dude, just don't talk. Don't talk about Adora. Just don't talk about them, and then people will just like move on. The relationship dies naturally. When you make an announcement about it, that's you agreeing to get into drama about it. I'm sorry. Let me enhance. Radia. For those who were not present, this is the written statement from today. Good evening, folks. I'm sure there's been some relative curiosity why I've not been present on Adora's streams, nor she on mine. As outlined in her hiatus announcement, she's taking a period of mental health and self-restoration spurred on from negative mental space, which caused her to do and say things that she regrets. That is not, dude, that is, you're like sprinkling in tea into this statement. Okay? Dude, come on. This is such a fucking, like, angry, this is like Diesel talking about his angry email to HR. Okay? Which caused her to do and say things she regrets. So now what Radia's saying before she had made the Google Docky is that Adora did things bad. Yeah, she's fanning the fire. I will not be detailing actions taken. Oh, crazy. Crazy. So now people can speculate on what was said. Wow. As I'm not in the business of sharing information that should ultimately be kept private. This past month has left me deeply saddened by the circumstances and actions taken. Oh my god. Dude, you fucking bitch. You are so fanning the flames right now. It is actually crazy. Oh my god.
Lost in Worlds 15 celebrates 7 months of membership. My kitten is trying to attack your Vtuber on my TV.
Hey, little guy. You can keep trying. You're never gonna get me. You're not there yet. You gotta train for 1,000 years. This past month has left me deeply saddened by the circumstances of the actions taken. While in the immediate foreseeable future, I'll be continuing to embark on my own path regarding my friendship with Adora, I only express my deepest sympathies and support. While we could grow to nurture that bond, the future is uncertain, but it's certain now that we have to move on our own paths. Please know this changes nothing on a community level. It's merely a period of requested space on my end. Please continue to use emotes or server tags as you desire. Boy. See, so the thing is that Radia even like fans the flames here. Radia has a lot of communal overlap with Adora, and then Adora has to go, "Hi everyone, I noticed some speculation around my current hiatus, so I wanted to gently clarify. This break is something I chose for my own mental wellness and personal reflection. It is not related to anyone else or an external situation. Out of respect for myself, I won't be speaking on it further, and I appreciate your understanding, kindness, and continued support." Okay. So since this is now a public statement, I'm going to say this again. Our situation has nothing to do with the hiatus. Do not speak on my behalf. You have no idea why I took the hiatus because you have not been speaking to me for almost 2 weeks. My communication lines remain open as well. Oh my god. Adora, literally, please girl. Please girl, Adora. Girly pop. Baby. Baby girl. I'm begging you. Fucking just cook this whore. Cook her. Cook her, roast her over the open fire. Okay? Jesus Christ. Please, let's just fucking stab her. Et tu, Brutus. You do what's best for you. I'm happy to hear you're getting the help you need. Ooh, you fucking rancid bitch. Radia is such a fucking slimy little bitch. This lady is making me so mad. Later that day, Radia was informed that fellow streamer and friend of Fedora, Alessia X Life, had pinged her entire Discord to disparage Radia for her comments in an immature and in a kid accusatory fashion. Ooh, we got a new player. I'm literally like foaming at the mouth here. I'm so fucking like licking my lips for this drama, bro. Oh my god. Hey folks, so I was made aware of a bullshit statement by Radia about Adora. Who's this queen, chat? Who is this queen? Who is this queen and how can I kiss her ring? I want to say it is bullshit. Adora's taking a break because her and I had an amazing heart to heart about life and growth. This does not involve Radia. I don't know why she's making about herself, lol. You'll know I don't fuck with Radia after she pressured you guys to donate to her, and that got me mad. That someone mentioned supporting me. Now that it's just weird as fuck, here's her random ass statement that she made in her community. Listen, man, I'm not pressuring anyone to donate. I'm just saying I can't open up a golf course without 1 billion donations. Adora is fine. This is a decision she made after their heart-to-heart with me. I don't know why other motherfuckers are acting weird. Anyways, Adora will be returning, of course. Just gonna be recording Logan solo while she's on a much-needed break. Much love, rats. Alicia is a well-known and sizable VTuber with an extremely large community. Directing the ire of her community at Radia was grossly irresponsible. Wow, I love the fucking inability to recognize that you are throwing stones in glass houses right now. Dude, you are actually insane. I'm sorry. You can't get at another creator for throwing stones when you also are throwing stones, okay? Like, let's call it like it is, all right? Her community at Radio was grossly irresponsible considering the danger of online fans and clear retaliation at Radio for speaking up to try and address about what had happened. At the time of her Discord announcement, it was unknown to me how large her Discord community is. I am a busy woman and not in the habit of occupying numerous Discords. Damn, bitch, you ain't busy enough. So I never took it upon myself to let alone join. The public tweet was made on July 31st, blah, blah, blah. Alicia's statement is an incredibly false representation of the situation that did occur on the day the Project Stim debuted, a full-on lie about pressuring her community to donate me. I'll eventually fully admit that I did become short. Dude, I swear to God, this minimizing is actually really fucking hilarious. I will admit that I did become short with one of our community members that decided to pop into my chat, who was only identifiable as a supposed community member by them referencing a rat queen, quote unquote. That's right. We're talking about rat queen Alessia LifeX. We hate her, don't we? Don't we, Chad? We don't like her. We don't donate to her. After they had repeated the same message 5 to 6 times and being told politely the first time it was not my problem that they couldn't sub, the boars aren't respected here at Radioactive. This individual, you know, they said they took it upon themselves and they said that they couldn't sub as they gave all their money to their rat queen. In the past, Alessia was kind enough to pay for 2 video edits for both me and Adora, and our now former editor. To reiterate the accusations that Alessia the Rat Life was saying against me, pressuring her community to donate. It's fine. I can ask them to donate. They need to give me money. Mommy needs Dude Awakening. Mommy doesn't need employment. Mommy wants video games. Mommy wants a rhinoplasty. As stated above in Radia's statement, Alessia had previously abruptly cut contact mere minutes after the conclusion of the conversation where Radia was ejected from Project Stim, citing the incident where Radia had disrespected one of her community members. Dude, the girls are fighting. Holy shit. So the intervention happens, goes bad, and then somebody immediately gossips to Alessia. So, do we think it's Adora or do we think it's someone else? Because I kind of think it's somebody else. I don't think it's Adora. Context, she yells at them for saying something like, "You would love to donate, but I gave all my money to my rat queen once," and she yelled something. "It doesn't make me feel sorry for you." This was during the Project Sim debut stream. Something very big in front of a lot of people. Ah, okay, okay. Hey, Ratty, I want to keep this short and simple. I don't really feel comfortable being friends with you after the way you spoke to my community member on stream. This is so corny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If a sometimes other commentary stream viewers will come here, say something rude, and then I just say, kill yourself. And then I fucking time them out, and then they fuck off. And then I've never had that other commentary streamer come into my DMs and be like, Diesel, I don't want to associate with you because that is very rude. I understand who you are and I respect that, so rather than asking for change, I'm going to quietly dip out. This is so corny. I'm sorry. If you don't want to be friends with someone, just don't talk to them, dude. Don't talk to them. Why do we need to fucking make an announcement or tell someone or write a strongly worded letter, right? Relationships can just fizzle out and die naturally, dude. We don't need to make it like some big thing, okay? This fucking weird, like, breaking it off is so corny. Diesel, I don't like how you spoke to Boing Boing 69. Go fuck yourself from now on. Please remember VTubers are an idol extension, so public personality is very important. And your whales can lash out at you. And they lash hard. So let's say the whale lashes out at you. What does that mean? Can you elaborate on that as a fucking oracle of the fucking VTubers right now? Because they dox you. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Why is it that they dox because they just are mentally ill and get your information on their own? Or is it that they develop personal relationships with the people they give money? So is it that you add your whale on Discord and develop a friendship with them? Or is it that or is it just that they find your info? They think they made you so they treat you like property. I mean, some of you think that, but I'm the captain of this ship. And you all bow to me. You all bow to daddy. I'm curious how they come across this information. I know how to come across stuff, but like, how do they? Okay, daddy. Lemon, you can't say that. You like can't. You are their Oshi. They give you a lot of money. They think they own you and can treat you however you like a doll in a box. So they just, well, I just want to know how they get the information to dox you. I've never been particularly worried about like somebody who donates to me, you know? I'm not, you know?
You know what? Whatever you say, daddy.
I can't judge the apology, man. I'm a corny gooper. Yeah, damn right. The VTuber thing got Diesel calling himself daddy on stream. Yeah, I understand it's like an extension of idol culture, but a lot of this stuff just straight up seems like non-productive and not healthy. It almost like flies in the face of like normal social like
now get out the
decisions. I mean, look at the he will not divide us thing. They found his location from air maps. You just need someone obsessed enough. Yeah, but like I gotta be honest, the ability to find stuff like that is actually pretty rare. People aren't that good at finding information. It's just that a lot of people are really bad at hiding it. I just straight up don't hide mine. I don't really fucking care. But yeah, it's A lot of people are just really bad at it. And as a VTuber, you could be very good at it, but there are a lot of really easy attack vectors that I can even think of like right now. So like, let's say somebody donates via Stream Elements alert, right? So I have a business account on PayPal that hides my name, but a lot of VTubers will just use their own personal name. So then you get somebody's full first and last name via PayPal. And it's like that easy, right? And it shows up on both your and their statement on PayPal. But the people who are able to find him from like find Shia LaBeouf from the He Will Not Divide Us stuff, those people make up like 0.0001%. And I don't think some rich simp is that guy, in my opinion. I'm very interested. I'll have to talk to somebody with skin in the game, personally. I'll have to talk to more people with skin in the game. I can just say that it is not socially... It is not good for you long term. It is not good for you long term. The amount of optics checking that VTubers do is like insane.
It's all just pure, unadulterated pettiness.
It's unknown if Alicia is aware of the extent of Fedora's campaign or her depth of deception. It's entirely possible she's been given an alternate version of events, like many others, and was attempting to defend a friend, albeit in a irresponsible manner. I think you're underestimating a chronically online gooner who's vexed by his OCD. Well, look, as a chronically online gooner, I mean, I don't really have an Oshi, but like, chronically online gooners have no time for such trifles such as finding information. VTuber pettiness disorder. Furthermore, Adora used the situation as an opportunity to resume smearing Ratty at other individuals, casting herself as a victim and the one being reasonable. I definitely do not think I can go forward with D&D at this time with Radia involved. She refuses to respond to my messages while also making public statements on my behalf. It's the reason I took a hiatus. I took the hiatus because my fucking house was a disaster, and my hygiene was bad, and my depression was making me act rash and bad towards everyone. I haven't talked to her in weeks and chose the hiatus for myself, so I'm going to be the bigger person and step away. The message received by Radia was extremely clear at this point. Any sign of perceived defiance or attempt to speak publicly on what had happened would be met with an immediate and disproportionate punishment. Whatever guilt Adora had stated, Radia was apparently not a part of it. So who is this sent to? So this sounds like she approached her DM, her dungeon master, and was like, wait, she included this? She included something that showed Adora was reaching out at her dog. Yeah, it's like... Addendum, anonymous account. The above account was offered with redactions of names due to fear of additional retaliation to clarify the previous screenshot. The individual in question wanted to highlight the insincerity at the core of Adora's words and action. Even the people completely outside of Radia's situation. Boy, I have literally zero reason to trust this screenshot. The main thing I could say is this blurred out thing. The conversation was a week after I was on her stream, and only weeks after she had recently referred to me as a close friend. Yet when a bigger streamer went to attack my character credibility by telling a lie that Adora knows for a fact is a lie, she chose to leave me to the wolves of her bigger, more successful friend. This is such... Dude, this is such petty mean girl bullshit. This is... Oh, so this is just some random Glupshitto's account that Adora is a piece of shit and nothing else. Meanwhile, here's Adora making a reasonable, normal statement. During the course of this campaign, Radia decided to attend off-Kai as she made travel arrangements Blah, blah, blah. Her intention to avoid is stray in the same spaces as her former friends and focus on reconnecting with the other friends that she had been forced to distance herself from due to the ongoing stress of the situation. Adora continued her campaign of harassment here. Radia was left feeling completely locked out of social places due to Adora's heavy presence and rumor mongering. Okay, you gotta prove this, but also if she's in a room and you're in a room, just fucking don't talk to her. It's like literally that easy. Nothing is more cold than like going to the same party as a YouTuber you hate and then drinking and not giving a fuck that they're in the same room. Okay? Like, are you it girl or are you cringe? Okay? And right now you're giving cringe, not it girl. This culminated in a completely unrelated third-party individual being approached by a known friend of Adora who had been spotted them speaking to Radia and launched abruptly into cryptically threatening statements about people getting what they deserve, statements that disturbed him once Radia had walked away. So a random glove... Oh my god. Yeah, friends she was forced to distance herself from due to stress. Yeah, that's what you told me about. No, the DM image has been destructively chopped up to avoid speculation on names based on character length or other methods, as names were mentioned that were not the focus of this document. The individual who provided this is also asked their name reacted to. Dude, I'm sorry, but when you start chopping up fucking Discord screenshots like this, I really can't take any of it seriously. I was talking to Radia on the last day of the con, and we inadvertently wound up in the meeting up in the same area Adora was around. Radia excused herself to the bathroom for a sec and left me alone while she was gone. Blank approached me. We had talked at other cons, so this was not unusual to casually approach me. But the conversation went from cordial to weirdly intense, as she seemed to threaten me in so many words of, quote, people will get what's coming to them and reap what they sow. Or something to that effect. Oh, you don't remember. Okay, I mean, that's a menacing fucking statement, but it also sounds like gossiping. I feigned ignorance and didn't rise the veiled threat. Dude, we can't even gossip without it being threatening anymore, dude. The woke mob. I feigned ignorance and didn't rise to the veiled threat and simply wrapped up the conversation and wished them well. But the conversation stuck in my head as distinctly strange. It's after this event that Radia was unexpectedly contacted by Fenrirari Mori. Over the course of multiple hour calls, she apologized profusely for her role in the initial intervention. She confirmed that neither her nor Palm had been aware of what had been sent to Digital Vagrant, nor that it had been doctored prior to sending in a way that had placed a majority of the comments focused on the two of them. She was further instrumental in confirming privately the extent of Adora's duplicity in doxing. She provided key info on who to reach out to in an attempt to determine how far things had spread and lies had been told. Has Fenrirari made a statement about this, or is this the only thing that Fenrirari has said? Has this other VTuber said anything? Because no. So this is just Radia just saying something? So what was sent to Digital Vagrant? The call? Was it the call? What else could have been sent that was like a doctored thing? Like, and the duplicity is strange. The doxing, I can agree, exists by technicality, right? Regardless of who you sent it to, right? Fenrirari was able to corroborate with that Radia was not imagining things. Adora had embarked on an unhinged campaign to undermine Radia's life of her own volition. This so disturbed. I'm gonna give you the fucking call. Digi was sent a... Let me check. Digi was sent a list of what they went over in the call. That was it? So if that was it... So, okay, so we don't even... One, we don't know if that was doctored. Okay? We don't know if that was doctored. It could be doctored. It couldn't be. You're not going to have the edit history on a docx file from what I am aware of. And I know his ass didn't check. That's not enough to prove anything of anything, in my opinion. Jesus. And it just sounds like Pomato and Fenrari were trying to get out ahead of it, right? Yes, it was an edited version of the stuff they actually went over from the master list of issues. I need this call to be Kino. This screenshot has been edited to redact personal information about Adora's. Hey, Ray, just wanted to say, I think why everything has happened recently, and it was my fault on the biggest miscommunication of my fucking life. Blank. We wrote notes to help us during the intervention call, so we could remember to talk about the stuff that we were concerned about and keep it on track. And my stupidity when Digi asked for what had happened and Fen told me to send over some bullet points of what was said, I just sent a poorly edited down version. There is no cancel doc. There never will be one, and we never wanted one. So the miscommunication, it sounds like, okay, I think whatever's lost at the beginning of this message is maliciously clipped. It sounds like she's saying that the biggest miscommunication of her life is sending that short document to Digi. In my stupidity, when Digi asked for what had happened and Fen told me to send over some bullet points, it was a poorly edited down version. There's no cancel doc. Is there an unredacted version of this? This motherfucker didn't hold on. Let me go looking. We're all good, but we're all bad people. Yeah, it's we've gone over it. But if there's a link in here. Who the fuck is Momo? Who the fuck is Momo? Dude, this is like, I feel like I'm running up a list of trying to understand these stupid fucking idiot people. Oh my god, I might as well just get to the fucking call, bro. Oh god, she's nuts. Oh. Oh. God, okay. I can't find what I'm looking for here. She doesn't include that. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess I just have to take fucking Ratty at her word there. Suicide attempt? Oh, brother. All I'm taking away from this is never trust radiologists. Does she have a brain tumor or something? Cut off from her friend. Cut off from her friends, isolated from her support network, and with the fear of permanent ostracization, one of the few things in her life that brought her joy, Radia's mental health went into a sharp dive. On July the 11th, Radia attempted to take her own life. Dude, the bold font. The red text. The heady prose. I have not seen such a more artistic interpretation. It is only known through the actions of her roommate and her partner driving through the night in the crisis hotline that Radia called that she did not succeed. Is that it? Is that we don't... I was hoping to learn details, honestly. Seemed like we were... This section will attempt to provide a look at the current state of affairs. God damn. Early signs of abuse. In the weeks before departing Anime North, I was asked by Adora to jump into a call with her to discuss a nagging matter. To preface this, the call was not recorded, and these are the only screenshots I can provide to prove that the call occurred. Ma, you able to take a call, by the way? Got something important to talk about. It's been biting at me, sure. They had a call that lasted 30 minutes. During the course of this call, I was asked if I could step back from commissioning a thumbnail artist we shared, and still do, who goes by QB. Now that sounds like a Cinder esque behavior. Adora asked that due to QB's workload delaying the thumbnail delivery, if I would step back from QB, as she cannot handle both thumbnail workloads, and you, Radia, can afford an artist that is a higher price range. I have to trust Radia's word on that. That's a little crazy. The thumbnail artists can actually speak for themselves if that is the case. You're not their boss. You don't need to advocate for them in the slightest. At the time, I agreed without fighting because I had zero interest in making a point of contention due to QB's workload. I was looking into other options. However, the continual assumption that because I have whatever amount of more money that I must step back shows a pattern of behavior. I would love screenshots from the artist. Yeah, I would love to have screenshots too. I understand. I'm grateful for the artists Adora has showed me and shared with me, such as Kiko or Mikami Michael. Without Kiko, I would not have my model. However, asking me to step back from an artist under the reasoning that I could afford an extra hit and that this was the small thing was asking in return shows me very artists. Blah, blah, blah. She was asking me for showing various artists is not behavior I believe most friends would engage in. In an effort to reciprocate the generosity, I provided artists for various purposes that were in reasonable price ranges and hope she could utilize them in the future. Hey, guess what? The artist isn't going to come forward because they don't exist. I will state I am incredibly uncomfortable about diving into the severity of my medical issues. It is both incredibly embarrassing and shameful, as the reality cannot be played off as mere aches, pains, bad days, or tummy troubles. My gastrointestinal system does not function without the assistance of various medications and enzymes. My ability to eat solid foods is, in fact, entirely dependent on access to these medications. The motility in my intestines has degraded year by year, with one of the onset issues first noticed in 2018. Initially, these issues caused me to suffer from minor bouts of constipation, which I thought little of when issues first began. I cannot believe I'm learning this girl's medical history. By 2019, my condition had dissolved in constant vomiting, nausea, waist buildup. What does that mean? Is that a funny way of saying when I get constipation, I'm going to say waist buildup. And repeated bowel obstructions. This girl was shitting logs, bro. Which required numerous hospital visits to clear the obstructions from my intestines. The process for attempting to clear a lower bowel obstruction, the most common of my obstructions, is a smog. It's an embarrassing procedure, and one I do not personally wish to describe beyond comparisons. I will only offer that you imagine the shame you would feel if multiple people circled around you as you were awake during a colonoscopy, except you voided yourself immediately in the center of the room. Not even a bathroom, because you'd never make it. You have no control over your body at that moment. It's utterly humiliating. Why is she describing a colonoscopy as shameful? Yeah, that's all I was thinking. I was thinking about like when a doctor had to like stick their finger up my butt, or like when I've had to like get a stool sample with the little shovel they give you, or like when they stuck a camera up my ass or down my throat to look at my intestines, both. How many fajingers? It's like, you know, I've learned things by knowing doctors is that they've seen it all, so they're like they literally don't care. Like they literally don't care. Okay. Uh, 3 of you buy the doctor a drink. I don't want to describe it. Goes into great detail. With these issues in mind, don't you think it's irresponsible to not tell people you're staying with you are sick on the bathroom floor the night before? Yeah, yes, yes. Dude, yes. It sounds like her friends would know about these things because it's so debilitating. So it's like, if she's sick, that could be like a serious medical health episode. I need to Google this. I need to Google this right now. I need to Google this right now. I need to Google smog intestines. Is there another name for this type of procedure where is it smog the treatment? Treatment. Here we go. Hold on. What is a smog enema? Why? Okay, dude, the internet's just filled with like AI answers now. Yeah, where's Fauci when we need him? Treatment that voids your bowels is an insane thing I'm Googling right now. Let's see. Is it an enema? I mean, I guess, medically provided enemas. Medical enemas guide. There's a video on YouTube of somebody administering an enema. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck?
Hello.
Oh, thank God, that's a fucking dummy, dude. I was about to be like, there's no way they just voided someone's bowels on YouTube.
There we go. Raise the left buttock. I'm going to insert the tubing 3 to 4 inches.
So,
dude, they make a model. Right? They make a medical model for this. They make a medical model for this. Is crazy.
Oh, so the problem is that butt doesn't poop.
I guess I could technically show you guys. It's not like there's it does look like a man's ass, but it is like a fake ass. But it is a medical video. It is a real medical video with 2 million views. It's an enema that uses saline solution, mineral oil, and glycerin. Okay. Literally power washing your bowel. Okay. All right. In the present day, I have the ingredients for smogs kept at my home to help reduce the burden and embarrassment that an ER visit for the specific issue brings. Due to the high cost of going to the ER or being hospitalized, this is my first line of home defense against bowel impactions and resolving them myself. To describe what a smog is, it's an oh my god, it's an enema that's equal parts sorbitol solution, magnesium hydroxide suspension, mineral oil, and glycerin solution. Below are most of the items needed to make a smog. What is pictured is not magnesium hydroxide. I used my last bottle recently. Sorbitol, I used my last bottle recently. Why are we learning this, dude? Dude, we know that she voided her bowels recently, guys. Guys, just so we know, the girly pop voided her bowels recently. Oh my god, I can't. I can't. Oh my god. Hey, I've seen these things at work. Dude, holy shit. Holy shit. So do you have to mix a smog, or can you buy it like the Fleet enema? Oh. Before I continue, please understand that revealing this much of my intimate daily routine, specifically my gastrointestinal routine, along with other aspects of my care, particularly at home support methods, is incredibly embarrassing. I would detail my entire medical history if it was truly that it would ever satisfy Adora, but we would be here for hundreds of pages. Unsatisfied, Adora would remain so with this pointless endeavor for all parties. But to resume detailing the specific suite of issues, I continue on. Dude, this girl is actually making this the funniest thing ever. 2019 was the last year I was able to utilize my intestines without the assistance of a massive medical regime. As the years progress, my condition has degraded considerably. I now require a cocktail of medications to artificially recreate gut motility so I can move solid food through my system. This comes with immense risk, such as, but not limited to, critically low electrolyte levels daily, such as dangerously low potassium, as my body voids itself of large amounts of water daily, dehydration, fatigue, bloody stools, and strain of my intestines. This is so fucking insane to put in here. She needs a strong laxative. I don't think daily enemas are good for you. Nausea and vomiting, multiple bowel movements, totaling on average over a dozen daily. This is a great burden on a social level as well, not just medical, as it requires constant restroom visits when my medication begins to work. I fully accepted these risks and was judiciously informed by a team of physicians about these risks and what I could do to ease the burden of them upon my life. For these risks and struggles are far more appealing and less detrimental to my life than having to undergo a colonoscopy. Yeah, I was gonna say, why doesn't she get like a colostomy? Like, this really seems like it would have been more. I can't believe that the doctors didn't insist upon a colostomy, right? Which would create an opening on my stomach known as a stoma, which would empty waste from. To reiterate, there is no shame in having to undergo a colostomy if it is the right choice for you as a patient. The choices are different for each different individual. And for where I'm at in my life, the thought of having a bag attached to my body would be incredibly difficult to deal with mentally. Hey guys, there's nothing wrong with having a stoma, but actually there is. Fauci's calling. Hello.
Diesel.
Yo.
Whoa. Yo, you're live, right? Did this girl almost die from a BBL? What the fuck is going on?
Her intestines don't work.
I walk out of work and I hear a fucking colostomy bag, and I'm like, what the fuck? Did the plastic kill her organs?
No, she doesn't want to. She's too hot to get a colostomy bag right now. She'd rather do an enema daily.
What the fuck is she saying? What do you mean do an enema daily? She sounds like she has an eating disorder.
She also gave us the list of ingredients in order to make an at-home cocktail, you know? Like,
what the fuck are you saying? She doing a fucking coffee enema? Like, what the fuck is wrong with her?
I'm not even done. It keeps going.
I don't... How? How is this the funniest drama that nobody is talking about?
Okay, KJ,
this is better.
KJ is in chat saying she got an ass Botox and got paralyzed in her bowels. But I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
If that is okay, if that's true, this may be the greatest story that has ever existed. The idea that she got so much fucking plastic that she's just about to die.
KJ,
Listen, Adora is forgiven. Adora forgiven.
KJ,
Oh.
do not spread such funny lies.
Oh. Oh God! All right, I'll go. I just, I wanted to tell my little glub shitto joke. I love you, chat.
Fauci, you
Remember to
just woke up
subscribe
my
to
kitten,
FPS
lol.
Diesel. Buy the fucking coffee, and I swear to God, at the end of the month, a store is fucking opening.
Yeah, I'm going there tomorrow to work on furniture. It's gonna be great.
Yes, chat. You too can sit on a seat that Diesel's ass has sat upon. And with that being said, goodbye, buddy.
Yeah, it really does sound like she needs a stoma. I'm not gonna lie. Her being like, I need a stoma, and there's no shame in having a colostomy. But also, I would be incredibly ashamed if I got a stoma, right? What does she have? Does she have like Crohn's disease or something, or? Keeping up the illusion of being a healthy individual, at least on a physical level, is something I'll admit is important to me. But having a colostomy, what are you talking about? That's so fucking problematic, lady. Like, having a colostomy bag does not mean that you're unhealthy. A colostomy bag is just a medical device, dude. That's like being ashamed of like having one of those like things that tracks your fucking insulin and injects you with insulin or something. Okay? Like, what are you fucking talking about? I have Radia got chronic radiation illness from her line of work. Ah, okay, okay.
Can I enema myself with mana potion
I mean,
coffee?
you can, but they're not medical, so don't do that, I guess. I would advise against it. Keeping the illusion of being healthy, at least on a physical level, is something I admit is important to me. And the pain I suffer in my medication regime is worth a small bit of normalcy in my human experience. There is nothing normal about this, dude. It is far more normal to get a colostomy bag. I have known people and met people with that, and they're not any less healthy or less normal than the rest of us. That's like, if I can't believe that. That's so, this is unironically like ableist, and like it okay, not only is it ableist, but it also shows how she's like deeply shallow and problematic. It has all of these like, she clearly has a negative like a negative relationship with her image, right? It's just, Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck. That's actually like really fucked up. Yeah, I would be horrified as well. I think it's normal to be horrified, but then you would just like, get used to it, you know? You're telling me the woman who likely got work done has a problem with being perceived as having a stoma, so she poops at home all day? Would you like the article, Diesel? Sure. I don't know. Are you in the fucking community server? No, links don't work in chat. They get like auto flagged. Yeah, I'd rather deal with the bag too, dude. God. Yeah, it would become your new normal. That's what happens for all the people who deal with things like that. For my gastrointestinal function alone, I currently take the following medications each day. Dude, this is really actually, dude, this is, it's George Lucas. It's like poetry. It rhymes. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Okay. Per calipride, 2 milligrams. Linzess, all available doses. I take one base 290 micrograms mcgs a day. Depending on the severity of my symptoms that day, I take an additional 72 mcg and 140 mcg pill. Let's see. Biscodal 15 mgs. Increase to 20 to 25 milligrams if no bowel movement is produced within 4 to 6 hours of taking the listed medications. Ibsarella tenopinor, taken during each solid meal in conjunction with enzyme pills such as lactase and alpha galactidase to help aid digestion, depending on the current struggles. PERT is employed to help break down carbs, fats, and proteins. 2 caps full of milk of magnesium. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Radia has a nuclear story. Who the fuck? VTuber news drop? What is this? Working in a biohazardous lab environment comes with its risks mentioned, but she felt it more than most. Previously diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder, Radia also got a chronic radiation illness from her line of work. It affected her in many ways. Some are simple, like not growing patches of hair in specific places anymore. Others are a bit more complex, like organ issues and not sweating like a normal person. It was a high cost physically, mentally, and it didn't give her the full she suspected. It was an interview with her, I believe. I went in wanting to help people and help the world. I feel in some regards I failed to do that. But now I'm kind of taking it in a way with content creation where I can help people. You are mentally ill if you think that this industry helps people. I'm sorry. Was she laying on the table uncovered with the patient? I wanted to make something that was my own moment in the sun. Something that content creation gives you. The freedom of expression with VTubing lets you take negative experiences and make that something positive. Originally starting as a cosplayer a decade ago, Radia now dabbles into more of the virtual realm. But the core crutch of helping her push through some of the stresses of university and lab life. Cosplay was an escapism, and VTubing as well. But I don't have to go sew something for 80 plus hours and dress up at a convention to walk around another 10 hours, and then my feet hurt and I want to pass out. Cosplay was my own personal way to not be me in so many regards. I don't have to be sick, I don't have to be tired, I don't have to be trapped in a windowless lab for 6 days a week. What the fuck was she working in? Umbrella Corporation, dude? I can just be whatever character I'm dressing up as, and it was refreshing. But it also became very isolating. I'm sorry, but I here's what I think. I think this lady isolates herself. Holy fuck, you are dumb. Teachers tell you this in school. Coursework that deals with any of this kind of radiation, they tell you the risk. She didn't have the risk of going outside while wait, she was immunosuppressed? What? Wait, what the fuck was her autoimmune disorder? I know I'm just being like, give me everything, but this is beginning to be a little ridiculous. God. People tend to find she didn't have to risk going outside while immunosuppressed, sitting at home, pants optional. She could regale stories about her scientific or creative background. Swapping between the topics at a breakneck speed is part of the experience, and what makes Radia an enjoyable streamer. I don't want to be that guy, but who are you people? Is she in the US? Yeah, I feel like this breaks a bunch of like labor laws. I feel like she's the victim of like a labor workforce violation. People tend to find that aspect of history interesting. It's less talked about. If you're going to try and talk about nuclear history, it starts and ends with 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl. And then nothing else. Usually the information they understand about is very surface level, vague, or completely wrong. I'm sorry, but the big titty mommy streamer is definitely not where I'm going to learn. People get to ask questions that might be on their brain, and I can answer it in an educational and joking way. There is no world where you're educational. That's like me saying that I'm a streamer, but I'm also a film major, and I've worked on movies before. And I can tell people what it's like to work in the movies and answer it in a joking way. No, you've... She recently expanded her audience occupied with terribly hard playthroughs of games and more painful by self-developed mods and whatever else fleets into her brain. Did she pay for this? Can you pay for these kind of things? Was this like a paid for thing? Is this like one of those like places where you can pay for articles to be done? All right, so here's all her. Why are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dude, we got literally her medical record here, dude. Dude. Oh my god. Immunosuppressant medication, antibiotics, hormones, hormone replacement and supplementation is not limited to all of these things. And testosterone replacement for incredibly low T levels. Interesting. Can I please get your supplier? I'd like to start my cycle of Trenbolone and Anavar while I'm at it. I'd like to preface this section here on my lupus. Oh my god. Dude, I'm never getting to this fucking call, bro. I'm never getting to this fucking call. Dude, I'm sorry. I didn't even come across this the last time I was looking at this document, dude. All of this stuff is like the most insane bullshit ever. I would like to preface this section here on my lupus. Neurological issues stemming from lupus that heavily affected my central nervous system, along with other medical issues, which will be much shorter, as this was added in what I can only describe as the last of my energy on August the 6th at 1:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I apologize for a more scant section on this, but I highly doubt a dozen plus pages of medical information will provide anybody anything besides bringing this document to the triple-digit page count. Further, beyond my desire to not have this length of this thesis, I'm currently fighting another bout of pancreatitis. Oh my god. I'm black. I am gay. I am new in town. I am Governor Andrew Cuomo. And I'm racked with pain. It's due to incredibly low sleep for over the 2 months and lack of food. And I cannot consume much without worsening pain. So why did you include your medical history again? Because Adora doesn't trust her on it, but also provided no evidence of Adora not trusting her on it. I cannot, please note, this is not a full and complete diagnosis list, medical history, nor a full list of the current symptoms that I must combat. You would force me to redact hundreds of pages of documentation, some of which is interpretive, and continue to pursuing an ongoing blah, 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 blah. At this time, I'm not comfortable, and nor have I been advised to legally do so for the purpose of this document of going public. You did not speak to a lawyer about this? Shut the fuck up. You did not speak to a lawyer about this. It therefore will offer what I can comfortably blah, 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 blah. That is only for my care team, lawyers, and highly trusted confidants who exist in person, incredibly close to me in real life. My God, no, you don't have no lawyer. Get the fuck out of here. To prove she is actually sick, because Adora didn't see her masters anywhere, and without a master's, she couldn't even get close to the materials that caused this. So yeah, oh, okay. Well, I mean, shit. If she's not that educated, how'd she end up in that situation? You know? It's not on her LinkedIn. I mean, it doesn't mean she doesn't have it, but I don't know, man. I guess people could just lie. So maybe she lied and was able to somehow sneak her way in to working as a radiologist. Oh, okay. Here's her my chart. Okay, radiation damage to digestive system, pelvic and perennial pain. She has a ruptured ovarian cyst. You cannot. It's not next to her degrees in her house, from what Adora said. Systemic lupus erythematosus. What's you know when I do the thing where it's like Kim Kutsuragi is like I thought the last races we met was going to be the best one, but I think the next one is going to be the really exciting one. But I think, you know, I thought the last woman with pots was the really interesting one, but it turns out that this next one is our lucky one. That's not how you pronounce that. Listen, man, I went to art school. Oh God, she got Hashimoto. She got. Dude, we got her fucking Carfax, bro. Hashimoto's thyroidosis. Irritable bowel syndrome with constipation. Long-term use of hydroxychloroquine. Chemical exposure. Chronic constipation. Digestive system disorder. Abnormal white blood cells. As stated previously, I also suffer from bouts of acute pancreatitis, which causes me immense pain. Often I am left doubled over, nearly crying from the organ pain. Due to these periods, I deal with nausea, fever, fatigue, vomiting, and ridiculously high lipase levels as shown below. Why is she taking an anti-malaria drug? This is not normal, even what is considered good blood cell count for me. This is normal, even what is considered good blood cell count for me. It is commonly much worse. Her auto-white blood cell count is low. For those with lack of knowledge or require a refresher on cells, white blood cells fight off infections and are crucial to the immune system. Neutrophils. Neutrophil bands are high. Her lymphocytes are low. Her monocytes are low. Her eosinophils are within reasonable normal range. Dude, why are we... Dude, this is actually crazy. She's defining what these things are. I've watched Cells at Work, lady. Okay, I know what these are. A light-hearted note. Please note, I have worked to make immunology information easy to understand for the general public, and so that there is a baseline of understanding of what these tests are even showing, without having to do a vast amount of additional research outside of this document. You have read quite a bit if you're looking at these words. You should totally look more at these little guys, though. I am actually going cuckoo bananas. Your immune system is super nifty, and it's fascinating to learn how it works, or doesn't in my case. The inclusion of further blood... This is actually mentally ill. What does this have to do with anything? The inclusion of further blood tests, ANA, DS, DNA antibodies, anti-RNP antibodies, anti-Smith antibodies, complement levels, tumor markers, etc., or any other medical tests, such as the imaging that has been kept incredibly limited, as they would not be helpful to the general populace unless the individual in particular, this was a medical professional. Again, I offer my sincere appreciation and understanding of those who have read this document. Providing an entire history of my medical information would only be effectively useless on a greater scale, but also incredibly violating, and putting mass amounts of personal identifying information in the public sphere that does not need to be present, especially after a doxing event. All right, well, listen, lady, that's nothing. All right, get in line. Two, lady, you've already given so much of your medical history. Does it really fucking matter? I do not enjoy having a mounting list of medications as the years pass, but this is the nature of not only degenerative chronic diseases, but also part of the harsh effects of chemical exposure and exposure to radioactive materials into samples through the prior employment. This is a long and arduous road to travel. My most comprehensive care has only even started to be served to me after the last 60 months as I moved to the West Coast for improved medical care and support, which I lack. Oh, crazy. She lives in California. What a fucking surprise. Which I lacked in the south of the United States. Every aspect of this is deeply embarrassing for me. To reveal how degraded my body truly is. What is required to live in a life that I find comfortable, to put it simply, a lot. I would not wish this on anyone. Juggling complicated medical situation is another job in its own right, from the treatment to seeking... Dude, this is such a fucking Nani-coded document. Oh my god. Oh my god. From the cost of care conditions, blah, blah, blah. All right. In an effort to be transparent about the gravity of some of the costs I deal with on a constant basis, please note this is not a comprehensive overview of my medical costs. This is just a snippet of them. All right. Total charges, $1,488.94. Total credit, blah, blah, blah. Amount due upon receipt, $744. Charges, $255. Insurance, minus $188. Patient, paid $0. Patient balance, $66. Yeah, I was going to say, is amount due upon the receipt, like, what is her actual, yeah, like, get maybe, not, did you, what was it, Cutie Cinderella, like, Ludwig's girlfriend, who was like, I was just going to the dentist and paying out of pocket. Is this another thing where the person's just like, I decided not to search for fucking health insurance and just pay whatever they said? That's how medicine works, right? That's why everything's so expensive, because I didn't buy good health insurance. I'm not saying the U.S. medical healthcare system is good. I'm just saying that sometimes you need to take some initiative. Okay, okay. I mean, I have like a $50 copay when I'm done at the doctors, but like that's not like that bad. Especially, I mean, I guess maybe because I'm like healthy, but CT thorax WIO dye. What is that? Somebody explain what that is. Medical professional in the chat. What is a CT thorax WIO dye? It is vital to note that Radia has at no point attempted to spread this beyond an extremely small number of selection of very close friends that she was using for mental support, and even then it has been difficult and exhausting experience in getting Radia to fully open up about what's going on. We still not understand what actions Radia has done to deserve this, and what I'm sorry, having the fucking peanut gallery be writing this is fucking insane. She basically docked herself. It would have been much easier to say, hey, fucked up, you're saying I'm lying about my health, period, end of story. Oh my god. Oh my god. During the concerns of some third parties who desperately hoped that this would be resolved amicably, Radia, against her better judgment, agreed to the call with Adora on July 30th. Again, Laserpig chose to step in as arbiter, a neutral third-party voice, to manage what they had assumed was going to be a very emotionally fraught conversation. It had been Radia's intention to try and negotiate some form of... No, Laserpig was not a neutral third party. Laserpig clearly wasn't a neutral third party based on the messages we've seen. Okay, we know that he's not a third party. You literally hopped into a call to try and fucking like now you're doing the exact same thing you've accused Adora of doing, which is like fucking jumping her in a call with multiple people to yell at her. It had been Radia's intention to try and negotiate some sort of settlement, one that would include accountability and clearing her name. None of this was public, dude. Just none of this was public. While not resorting to placing the situation at the volatile whims of the public internet, what you did was you got in a call and started offering up ultimatums. She intended to propose that Adora publicly state some of the things she had done on her stream. Really? You got in a call and you decided to go to your former friend and say, I want you to publicly talk about this drama and say you're wrong? Are you fucking kidding me? You hopped in a call and then asked her to basically flog herself for you. And offer an apology in return. In return, Radia would do the same, issuing a public acceptance of her apology. Really? Oh. So what should happen is that Adora bends down, kisses your ring, and she'll choose to accept you. Okay. Wow. That's fucked up, actually. She reasoned that this would be the easiest way to resolve the situation with as little fallout as possible, and staying completely private was not an option, as she had no way of verifying how many people Adora had spoken to. You don't even know if Adora's spoken to anybody outside of the 1 or 2 people that you've shown. You're saying that Adora has talked to what? You're implying over a dozen people. But we don't even know that. In fact, it could very easily be the other people in Project Stim, and you're just assuming it's Adora? That's ridiculous. Radia, with the agreement of Laserpig, did not intend to bring up the possibility of releasing a document. Or even mention that there would be consequences should Adora refuse. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Dude, you guys are plotting to force her to give an apology. And then you're not telling her what happens if she doesn't give the apology? Dude, you're fucking holding her hostage. She did not want to be perceived by Adora or others as an attempting blackmail or strong-arm Adora into submission. This is a blackmail. This is quite literally blackmail and strong-arming. This is actually what that is, you fucking psychopath. This is actually so fucking insane, dude. Are you fucking stupid? She also knew such things would antagonize Adora. Yeah, I think it would be fucking antagonistic too. And despite everything that had been done to her, she wanted to see if a constructive conversation could be had. You demand an apology publicly, and now all of a sudden, you fucking... I cannot fucking believe this lady. What neither Laserpig nor Radia expected was to be met with a brick wall of conversation. Adora seemed utterly disinterested in any sort of discussion. Her speech was flat, monotone, and devoid of any sort of emotional reaction to anything. The main phrase she repeated over and over again, like a canned response, was, "It's a private matter. I'm ready to bury the hatchet. We both hurt each other. Let's move on and go our separate ways." Holy shit. Wow, crazy. That's actually the appropriate response. Yes, you hurt each other. We know it's not going to get better. Let's just move on. Let's bury the hatchet. Let's not fight. That is actually the correct response. What is an ignorant and insane and childish response is to be like, unless you make a public apology on stream, I'm going to make a Google Docie, okay? Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dude, Laserpig, you're an actual moron. You're such a fucking moron. I can't believe... Dude, who the fuck ever wants to listen to anything that you say now? I cannot imagine anybody wanting to listen to you. Like, oh, like, good job, buddy. You make a really great video on cultural Marxism and all that stuff. And now, oh, okay, I guess we'll throw that all out the window because the guy's getting one-shotted by fucking retarded VTubers. For over 25 minutes, Laserpig and Radia attempted to get Adora to engage in some sort of dialogue. To clarify what Radia had done to hurt her and explain any of her actions, Adora denied everything, including things that this document had direct proof of. You barely had proof of anything. Even Radia revealing that she had attempted suicide provoked no response whatsoever. Because you're doing it not with the intent to share something, you're doing it with the intent to try and hurt her. You're sharing that with the intent to hurt somebody else. Adora only... answered in an emotionless voice, "I hope you get help." Literally, what else is she supposed to do? More disturbed than that, Radia and Laserpig elected to leave the call as it was incredibly clear that no constructive conversation could be had with Adora, and it appeared to all parties that she did not hold any remorse for what had happened. You are actually a sick person. It has become unfortunately more obvious that this goes beyond silly internet drama and a spat between VTubers.
He doing it in hopes of a sniff.
This is now a very real, very dangerous situation, one that nearly ended in tragedy. I'm sorry, bitch. Maybe you should fucking jump. Maybe you should fucking jump. You keep talking about how this could have ended in tragedy, but all I see is, like, you whining and being just the most rancid piece of shit ever. I don't care how hard it is for you to take a poop. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Going public with this unfortunate last resort attempt to halt Adora's grudge. Grudge? She's like, I want to bury the hatchet. You say, oh, Adora, this is such a sign of you holding a grudge. All previous attempts at getting her to de-escalate and correct her record have failed. What are you talking about? She hasn't escalated a single time. No amounts of contrition, no surrendered ground or spaces, or attempts at professionally parting ways have satisfied her. She's just like, let's part ways professionally. Earlier, you even mentioned that, and you're like, that it wasn't enough for her. It wasn't enough. Her only apology was a naked attempt at avoiding consequences, sandwiched between more lies. There's no justification for the unhinged lengths she has gone through in attempts to oust Radia from her content community. She engaged in blatant spreading of falsehoods, twisted documentation, violated Radia's privacy, casually doxed her to other individuals. You only have one person in question. The one person being like a close friend, which again, I'm not even justifying Adora's actions for that. It's just that you are stating the situation as being much larger than what you presented it as well as directly and explicitly demanded Radia take cuts to her income and streaming presence as some form of penance. No, that's not the point. You're deliberately and maliciously miswording what was said by Adora herself. Like, you're actually going out of your way to present that incorrectly. Adora has shown zero remorse, offering no apology, even informed that Radia needed to be taken to the emergency room. When asked for even a token apology for extreme disruption in multiple people's lives, or even informed when blah, blah, blah. This all took place during the run-up to the first anniversary of the death of Radia's brother. Why was this... Okay. Why was this blurred out at the beginning of the document and then not avoided being discussed here? And also, Jesus Christ, we're really trying to run up the fucking oppression Olympics here. A traumatic event that Radia personally attests that Adora helped her through by effectively inserting herself as a surrogate sibling, something she has publicly proclaimed numerous times. It's impossible that Adora did not understand the damage she would do to Radia's mental health by doing this, especially at this time. Oh my god. Oh my god. Radia had not compiled any sort of document whatsoever at this point. Bullshit, I don't believe that for a fucking second. Wait, if any of these messages show up as like being current rather than old, then yeah, we know that she was planning on it. But I'll go back and I'll take a look in a second. It took nearly losing a life and near inconsolable grief to those close to her at the time of losing her, to finally get Radia to be willing to voice what had happened publicly. So great. So great was her fear of being unkind or judged as guilty. So all-consuming were her fears of further retaliation that even now she has required the assistance of several close friends to be able to put words to print. That is written like something Laserpig would write. 100%. That is actually written so cornily. Okay? That's the whole... God damn, that's fucking funny. Everything possible has been done to confirm, corroborate what has been written here. Double checking DMs, reaching out to confirm eyewitness accounts, comparing documents. If Radia is lying, she has done so with a totally and flawlessness that defies credibility and has successfully duped a vast variety of people. Guys, I feel like I'm being gaslit by a document right now. Am I being gaslit by a document right now? If Adora has any exonerating evidence to the contrary, she has refused or failed to produce it, even when approached by neutral third parties who merely wanted to hear her side of the story. Clearly not. Adora's behavior throughout this whole ordeal has been borderline of narcissism. The call is coming from inside the house, you fucking nutbag. She has done everything in her power to isolate Radia from her friends, family, and force methods to control her stream schedule, her finances, so she could not talk to, or at times... Okay, all right. Let's... What's the motive? What's the motive here, right? So we isolate Radia from her friends and family, right? Force methods to control over her stream schedule, her finances, so she can not talk to anytime, blah, 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 constant stream of belittling, mocking, humiliation, abuse, dressed up as emotional concern. What's the motive behind this, right? So let's say Adora's doing this. What's her end game, right? Like what? Keep Radia locked up in a little goon cave or something, right? Like, yeah, exactly. How would she be able to isolate her from her friends and family? All in order to keep Radia in a position where she would constantly have to doubt herself. But that's not her mode. That's not Adora's motive, right? What does Adora gain out of making Radia feel bad, right? Like, that's the question I would ask. Like control. Like, do you want to own them, right? Do you want them to fucking die and explode? Like, what's the fucking, like you're calling it like an abusive relationship, but it's literally not a relationship like that. So what does Adora get out of owning Radia, right? And that just has not been answered in this, really. Well, some of this may seem cutthroat and mean. All of it does. It should be emphasized that Adora is not the victim here. Dude, I'm actually being gaslit by this document. Crazy. While she was persistently played the victim to her audience and may continue to do so in the future, nothing has actually happened to her. She has not faced any consequences of any kind. Though the release of this document, she may now do so. You're actually a fucking sick person. It's Radia's money, but Radia herself mentioned how she's not making a lot of money. That's by Radia's own admission, so it can't be that. So is she the Lio of VTubers and calling people's moms? I don't get how she would have anything to do with her family. Adora's life, social status in the VTubing community, and her career as a content creator have been entirely unaffected and unchallenged. Her hiatus was due to unrelated issues. To respect her privacy, I cannot dive into further. It seems like you don't even know what they are, so... While canceled documents seem petty and dramatic, with some who were aware of the situation protesting strongly from the moral high ground walk away option, we will remind you again this document is the final straw in a long series of negotiations where Adora was given every opportunity, subtle and obvious, to back out. Okay, well, that's obviously not the case, but sure, lie to yourself. She has offered every courtesy that Radia has not. She has been talked to. She has been allowed to state her side of the story. She has been allowed to structure a narrative to her audience to protect herself, to where Radia remains silent. While just walk away approach may seem the morally correct thing to do, it is not even the morally correct thing to do. It's just the correct thing to do. It would be better for your business. Each time Adora would reject what was offered and double down, then result being additional punishment aimed at Radia, making it considerably worse. Radia cannot turn the other cheek and walk away. An eye for an eye, I guess. Okay. Adora pursues her, enacting more punishments for each slight, and it makes things worse. God damn it. I just wish people would take out swords and stab each other. God. And given where it's taken Radia, the definition of worse could be interpreted as final. dude, every time you're like, if this gets any worse, I might kill myself. Fuck off. Fuck off. Do you think people are just gonna look? People in the VTubing space might bend over backwards and be like, "Oh my god, don't kill yourself," but like, come to fuck on. There's an account from another victim of Adora's that cannot be made public in this document due to the victim not wanting to be identified. Really? It features disgusting levels of cruelty, financial exploitation, horrific violations of highly personal information, and emotional information, or emotional manipulation. What has been done to Radia is not one-off, it's a pattern. Wait a second. This is reminding me of a different docky. Ah! An overarching horrifying theme became apparent. No, it's not just that I want to make a petty cancel doc to fuck over my former friend. It's got to be that I'm actually fighting an ontologically evil monster. Okay. There is a document is that several people in the space are genuinely afraid of Adora and actively avoid either telling her private info, as it'll be immediately made public and divulged to others, or upsetting her, as she does not forget grudges and will go rather insane lengths to persecute those that feel wrong. She's incapable of admitting fault, except in cases where it would benefit her. Furthermore, her behavior seems to worsen the greater the power disparity between her and the opposing party. It's like the accident that she targeted Radia. It's likely no accident that she targeted Radia, who she knew to be emotionally fragile and unable to speak up for herself. Dude, we're literally just editorializing up our ass. Please, Adora, just go away. Ending statement. God damn it. This is not the sole time I've been treated poorly by Adora. In fact, our entire relationship is littered with her abuse of me for years, degrading me, framing me in a negative light to those near her. She had a near infinite time to spend around them, while I, readily employed individual, was with a very busy life, cannot be online or around as often. When I state I am incredibly busy, it's not an understatement. I am someone who, on the top of content, maintains a professional full-time corporate job, volunteers within my community and workspace. I mentor a young, soon-to-be graduate each quarter and give them insight into the engineering space. Maybe you should, like, reevaluate what you're doing in your life. If this is all, like, driving you up a wall and making you poor and destitute, which I do believe you are I do believe you are a frivolous spender, in my opinion, but manage a household, and up until relatively recently was serving as a guardian and fiscal support system of a young, chronically ill adult going to university. Oh my god. With my obligations limiting exposure to me, Adora was skillfully able to amplify any minor situation. This is fucking insane. This is insane, guys. You threatened my safety. You harassed and intimidated me. I think you should. I can't say that. I think it's a terms of service violation. She forgot avoiding a stoma. Yeah. The only kindness you'll find from me is my belief in redemption. But for you to achieve redemption in any capacity, there must be condemnation for your actions. Far too long have many suffered in silence out of sheer fear that you would further destroy their lives, their professional careers, and their dignity. We would like to be free to live without fear. I would like to live without fear. Your promises mean nothing. You eliminated anyone who previously served as a force to perform checks and balances on your behavior. Okay. I highly doubt your next enforcer will last long either before you cut the rope. Okay. That being said, I fully believe in providing people with the chances to improve, but I have exhausted every option beyond full, unbearable silence to continue the long line of content corpses that hold your sins. What does that mean? That is crazy. That is crazy. Dude, she's just aura farming with this schizophrenic rant. I highly doubt your next enforcer will last long, either before you cut the rope. God. There is no burying the hatchet. You ensured that with your own actions long, long ago. I sincerely wish that you can ruminate on your behaviors, halt your continual crusade in painting your friends as morally corrupted targets to be taken down, and become a better version of yourself. I hope that in midst of all of this, that you and your friends who will support you and help oversee the regulation of your more malicious behaviors. I do not wish for you to be alone, as you selfishly wish for me. Bullshit. I do not wish for you to lose your community. Bullshit. Your livelihood. Bullshit. Or your dignity. Bullshit. My genuine hope for you is to take a look in the mirror and recognize what stands there. May you treat those that remain in kindness. I certainly will no longer be amongst them. Not ever again. Goodbye, Adora. May this be our last encounter. This is so theatrical. How is this a good idea ever? I honestly am so on board for how theatrical it is. Okay, and then all of this is just like added stuff. Added direct evidence of doxing up front and added hyperlinks to summary in response. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. All right, guys. We finished one of the Google Docies. Okay. I am not like, it's not like I've read every single line bar for bar, but I think I've gotten the full. Listen, man, I know that I've read more of this than most of the fuckers in this space, okay? I'm gonna take what I can. What do you mean one of? What do you mean? That was the first doc. We started this last stream. It's taken me 5 hours to go through the 93-page doc. We now have a 48-page doc as well as 2 calls. My nose is runny, man. My nose is runny. I'm also getting fucking exhausted. I'm gonna keep going a little longer, but I don't know how long I can keep going. I'm not gonna lie. God, am I really doing a full week of VTuber drama? Am I really doing this? Diesel, no. Keep trucking, soldier. What, is it a boring Thursday, guys? What's going on? Yeah, buddy. All right. Crack my necks. Until you can raid into Falgy. Is he even going live tonight? God, I guess I'll keep fucking going. Fine, the 5 gifteds convinced me. I say the VTuber space needs someone like you for our docs, TBH. Yeah, I'm noticing that, man. I'm noticing that. People keep saying Diesel. Diesel, there's a fucking... It's like the bat signal, but it's like by Goblin. All right, I'll start off by saying Radia has deleted every single DM she has ever sent to me on Discord. If not for the fact that I had backed up several of them, she would attempt to cancel me publicly and to protect myself. I would have nothing more than only her curated screenshots to paint me in the worst picture imaginable. Here's her proof of removing all of her messages to me. Her redact.deving is actually really sus, in my opinion, especially with this. You're supposed to be used as ASMR to sleep to the... I'm okay with that. I'm happy we're talking, blah, blah, blah. All right. And it starts at the beginning, as all great stories do. I need water or something. Can I get like a 3-minute, or not even a 3-minute, less than that? I do need to get some water. I am like desperately parched right now. Let me run and grab some water. Let me what are we feeling? Let's put on some music. I know I need some tissues too. Oh my god, the piss music. Nah, I don't really want the piss music. Let's get something funky. I'll be right back. Wow. My vocal cords are definitely being stretched out today, dude. Holy fuckaroni, man. Holy shit. Boom. Oh, I'm like mildly bigger on the other screen. I gotta fix that at some point. I don't really feel like fixing it now, though. We all know I'm fucking a brown man. All right. Sorry, I'm breaking your immersion, VTube viewers. I'm somewhat of an original weirdo myself. Anyway, hopefully some of you at least find me very relaxing as you fall asleep for some reason. Should I just get to the calls? Should I just like and then worry about this shit later? Or should I read this and then react to the calls as I come across them? Because I know we're gonna be here for a while if I can't do it in one sitting, just to be clear. Read as they come across. Okay. Fuck, I'm gonna be doing a 3-parter for this. I already know. All right. In Project Stim myself, Pomeda Master and Ferrari Mori have begun to have issues over the previous months with Radia's behavior. She had spoken to us about several issues over things such as being ungrateful towards her community, for not giving her enough money. While saying this before us, while myself, Pomado Master, and Ferrari had to deal with their own financial issues. This happened multiple times, including during the Project Stim debut stream on her channel that we all agreed to do together. During the stream, we ended up yelling at each other, or yelling, she ended up yelling at a member for saying, "I won't feel sorry for you," to one of Alexia Life's community members, when the conversation at hand was about giving money to the members of Project Stim and our friends. I do not have possession of the clip and hope someone can come forward by an involved party who has it. Below is another one of the conversations we had in the past regarding her not wanting to stream because she isn't making enough money. An unrelated party has been censored as they're not a member of Project Stim, but this was not the first nor last conversation we had about Radia about the money, or her telling us that she did not feel supported by her community. Here's one that we discussed over that was discussed over text. They had a ghost account on mine. I'm hoping it is that. Yeah, I just had a real jank luck this year. I told the community I wouldn't take a hiatus, but the return on putting myself out there for 4 hours is not worth it at the moment, like emotionally or fiscally. I'm sorry, but like, I don't know. I don't really feel like streaming is that emotionally taxing most of the time. I definitely have had moments where I'm like, this is really fucking mentally draining. Right now, I'm doing pretty okay. Below is her mentioning streaming isn't worth it if she only makes like $50 a stream. This was an issue we had to deal with, and one I had to talk her down multiple times, often in voice. However, this time it was in text, so I was able to share it. Absolutely take a break. Also, I hope they get it fixed, and it's just a weird hiccup. Fuck healthcare, though, regardless. Like, it isn't worth it for the net gain of maybe $50 a stream. It really isn't, and cost is unfortunately a big factor in if I do this or not. Because if it doesn't generate enough, I can't justify the excess electricity or energy if it's something I enjoy. So I have a would the cost of your medical expenses go down if you got a colostomy bag? Just a question. Would you still need to take your various amounts of medicines if you have that? Because I know the medicines would probably change, but you know, I feel like a lot of these things are self-imposed things that you caused. Physical issues just also impede my ability to where I cannot do what I used to do with ease even 6 months ago. Gamer streams aren't a constant guaranteed income. Like, you enjoy doing it and hundreds of people show up. If you keep this mentality, you'll keep making less because it'll show an air of ungratitude. I really don't think a viewer, and it's just my take as a creator who's done this for longer than both of you. I don't think they would notice. I don't think they would notice. They just don't. They don't. They really don't. I know that sounds crazy, but most of the time people can't actually clock how I'm actually feeling, which is good, but that just goes to show you that, like, it's different. Hold on, I'm making myself bigger. I'm checking my blinking. Okay, my eyes getting all fucky, but my eyes are also getting heavy. So you know, we deal. It's actually that I'm gonna have a my VTuber's gonna have a stroke for reading this. I hope you're okay. I trust we understand that your health is a fucking knob. Okay, blah blah blah. To hit go live and stream and yap to 3 to 4 hours, you don't need to edit yourself or do extensive promo. You already have a well-sized viewer base that brings in more than I made as a civil engineer. It's just a low period, but having more things on my shoulder makes it incredibly difficult. Adult woman realizes that they have responsibilities is crazy, by the way. You'll be fine. I get it from an emotional standpoint because of the health stuff. It really does. But I don't make $50 a stream right now. Ain't a valid reason. Stream income is random and highly variable and part of the business. Yeah, it's exactly why creators need to be diversifying their income portfolios in order to go through that. I completely understand needing to take time away to heal and concern and blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's more of a trade-off. Do I benefit more from the hours there or work and efforts? I'm essentially forced to evaluate it that way. Currently, is it worth the mental boost if I physically hurt after? If your body is in pain, probably look to change careers. I don't know. I know I said that last stream. I've read a lot of these in the prior stream to get further context about Radia's like vibes. But you know, it's just skimming these again. Your concurrent viewers is literally the highest it's ever been. I'm really just distraught over the medical issues. You have cool friends and collabs, and that's fair and super valid. All right, Radia knew my finances as well as Ferrari and Palms. I had only recently at the end of the last month, and I also talked about this last time before Anime North during Project Stim announcement. Radia had used the event for all 4 of us to promote her off-Kai throne gift to raise $2,000 so she could attend with us. She did not talk to us on this before that, and then began. I am so glad that I'm like starting like a store and like doing a normal business, because I feel like people relying on the income and generosity of their viewers is being like grossly taken advantage of. Don't get me wrong, I love taking money from you guys, but it's just like it's just crazy that I've seen so many creators do these like GoFundMe's and stuff, and it's just like I don't think maybe you shouldn't have the money if you're this bad with it. I don't know. I'm not like amazing with money either. But like these, like it's bad, dude. It's bad. Like, where did this like inability to have any self-control come from? We were attending as ourselves, and Radia had never told us, blah, 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 during Anime North, while all 4 of us were staying in a hotel room together, and then I read all this. I've read all this. The Chinese food situation, the aquarium situation where you drove her to her own thing. The evening that Sunday we were room, I read this last stream. Let's see. Radia was being lazy. Okay. This was not done in malice. It was done stupidly to try and make things better. At this point, I wanted to fix my friendship with Radia and was being lazy. I genuinely regret making the situation worse in this regard, when all I wanted to do was try to communicate, but failed to do so, causing stress for everyone involved on all sides. Ultimately, myself, Pomato, and Ferrari were hurt by Radia at this point. Below is the entire recording between us in this intervention, because we already were beginning to not trust Radia at this point, and were concerned for ourselves as well that this might turn into more than what it is, and the 3 of us agreed to record it for our own safety. The first 20 minutes of this call is in regards to an event that was the final straw of us giving her the benefit of the doubt. I would ask the reader and listener to keep this in mind for the context. It was the most recent event and fresh in everyone's memory, leading us circling back to one of the more important events. Did I miss some important event? I said this last time. What is this like linchpin event that was apparently missing? Was it this like her streaming in the her boyfriend streaming in the bathroom? Pomato does most of the talking. Adora is the deepest voice aside from Radia. Yeah. And then we can get to the, I'm just going to get to the call. We're getting to the call. We're going, chat. I said it's an MP3. Oh my gosh. Do I gotta?
This can go in here. Repacking sucks.
Yeah.
So what's now? So we're waiting for Palm a slight bit because it is something that involves her. So we all need to be here together. So
Okay, so who? Just to be clear, what voice am I hearing right now?
give her a minute or two to finish it.
You know, I'll just look it up myself. I'm actually like capable of making things and doing things on my own. I'm a grown man. Okay, that is definitely not the same. Is okay? It's this person. Okay.
5, 4.
You've spent a whole day traveling. Why are you subjecting yourself to memories of Mav? I don't know. I'm in like a special kind of mood today. But you know what? We're gonna switch from this.
Okay. All right.
Potato.
I gotta be honest. Most VTuber content is not super giga interesting at all.
Oh, I love her so much. But what?
Okay, honestly, what game is this? What the fuck is
Fuck
this?
was that?
What is this?
Do you want a cheese?
What is this game where you fucking hang out with Tenna Television from Deltarune?
You want a cheese?
Okay, all right. Her model is sick, by the way. That I actually really like that model. All right, let me get back to the.
Okay.
Yep.
What's my necklace? Here it is. Ugh.
Oh, I was muted.
There you are.
Hey.
Hey, everybody here?
Yeah.
Present.
Yeah. Right, off the fucking band-aid. We all need to sit down and have a very serious talk.
Incredibly serious.
Oh, well, now I see. Now I see why this did not go well. Oh, boy. Yeah. I mean, Pomato's just kind of coming out of the gate there, huh?
All right.
Radia, there's a big issue that unfortunately came up during the convention. And
why did Pomato just kind of like made the entire situation way worse with that attitude, dude? Wow.
Yeah.
okay, and that's fine. I just want to know, in that situation, why were you overemphasizing food poisoning during that moment when we had no idea
the clear voice is Adora, yeah.
anything was going on in the room?
I didn't think it was a big deal because it was just towards me and I didn't feel good.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I kind of feel like the way that this is brought up, being like, why didn't you tell us about the food poisoning stuff, kind of like really undoes any seriousness, because it's clearly like an overarching issue, but like Adora is just like kind of like getting into the real nitty gritty when they kind of need to like lay out the big overarching thing and then get to the specific stuff. I know I'm speaking with hindsight about a conversation, but like that's kind of how I would go about it.
Yeah. To the people around you, i.e., me, Adora, and Palm, you are immunocompromised. You are on a lot of medication. When you get sick, it is extremely important. And to wake up to find out that you had apparently had food poisoning, when I had food poisoning like last month.
Yeah, actually, Ferrari's making a really good point here too, though, where it's like, oh, Radia, if you have like a medical health issue and you are as sick as you say you are, you not telling us, we don't want to be like we don't want to be responsible for you like dying, right? And obviously they wouldn't, and they mean that in like a friendship kind of way, but like, yeah, like that's like if I had a friend who was like, you know, really ill all the time, I would want to know if something I'm doing or something I'm not doing could hurt them.
Affect everyone else because it does.
Huh?
I mean, you came back to the room after going to the jacuzzi. Everyone was asleep except me.
Oh my god.
And I didn't feel too douchey.
Well, I asked you how was everything. You're like, oh, it was good. And then you went into the bathroom, and then a stream started, and I was like, oh, that's weird. Okay. And it was obviously a takeover stream, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know why this was. I was like, I don't know why we never heard about this, because like I don't know. I thought like it's not a big deal to do something like that. Like Digi's your partner. Of course he's gonna like take over for you and do something for you. Like that's great for him to do that. But it felt like it was done very quietly. And then no mention of it happened the next day at all. And all I woke up, because I went to sleep in the middle of that, right? I think I messaged, Radio, you're streaming? ? And you saw that. And then I passed out.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah. I passed out. And then I woke up to a message in my Discord from someone being like, is Radio okay?
So was okay, all right. Things are starting to click together now. So Digi wasn't present at Anime North. It was just the girly pops at Anime North. Is what I'm hearing. It doesn't sound like he was there.
You got up. You went about your business. You left the room before I did. You didn't have any issues eating that day. That doesn't.
Yeah, so okay, that changes some things a bit. I mean, really, do they need Digi took over Radia's stream while she was at Anime North. Okay, so he wasn't there at the convention with Radia, because I was under the impression that he was present with them. Based off of everything in Radia's document, that's what it sounded like. But now it's sounding like that's not the case.
It sounded like food poisoning to me. Like, I'm not saying that your stomach didn't feel poorly, right? Like, as someone who has stomach issues, I know stomachs can get fucked up. But when I looked back at the stream, because I was like, what the fuck?
Wasn't there at all. Radia was with Project Stim. Okay, so then at that rate, I mean, her friends don't really need to know when she goes live. That's really it, right? But yeah, I guess it's like, okay, she's in the chat, but she's in the bathroom and she's saying that she's not feeling well, right? So her friends didn't know that, like, oh, maybe she's doubled over in the bathroom in a lot of pain, right? And they would know the extent of her medical history. So them not knowing that, they're like, oh, what if you needed medical attention? We wouldn't have been able to do anything. But like, I don't really know if that was necessarily needed for an intervention. Like, now that I'm understanding the context of which this call happened in, that's just kind of like abundantly extra for the response. Yeah, she was in the chat saying she was on the bathroom floor. Yeah, that's what I know, right? Yeah, so at that rate, it's like it's a weird lie. It's a weird lie for sure. it's just like crazy to have an intervention about it.
Happened when someone said you had food poisoning. There's multiple mentions about being on the bathroom floor.
I was on the floor in the toilet because I kept like, violently releasing my bowels, and I was like, this has to be.
I'm sorry. I'm like laughing at this lady's fucking shit disease, but it's just so funny because the image I have in my head is not what she is describing. I'm picturing like the worst Family Guy bit ever, dude.
This has to be the meat. Like, I have to be sick from the meat.
Releasing the bowels upwards or down?
I spit up.
She had
and,
a
like,
deluge of biblical proportions. Is a fucking diabolical chat.
Up whatever was in my stomach, and then it was just like a lot of like really watery stool.
Right, I get.
It's so great. We got a lot of watery stool.
I understand that you had some issues, but
You
food
laugh at
poisoning is a
poopy
very
humor.
big deal, and people were concerned about you.
Okay, these guys are kind of. I gotta look. Yeah, Radia's health. She should have been like, girlies, I need to go to the hospital. But these guys kind of fucking are giving me concern trolling. Like, this is concern trolling.
And it seemed like it was being very hammed up in that stream, only for the next day.
Oh, give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break.
Have no mention of it.
All right. The problem is not the poop. I would like to issue a correction because I thought Digi was there, but he wasn't. So yeah, he can take over her stream. Who gives a fuck, right? But yeah, it more so seems like they were concerned about how it makes them look not knowing. Yeah, that definitely seems to play a role. Yeah, it's like I don't even know where the buck stops in that situation. Should Radia be like, yo, I'm very sick right now, guys? I mean, yeah, probably. I guess they would probably also be pretty aware that Radia takes long times in the bathroom, right?
Like, I'm not.
Like, I know if I had a friend with like IBS and he took like a long time shitting, I would just not really think anything about it, right?
With chronic illnesses, can't hide stuff. Like, you kind of just get over it. But even when I have a bad lactose attack, I can't eat properly the next day. And from what I've
like when I met that guy Giovanni chat, and he would like wash his hands for half an hour, I just didn't think anything of it.
Heard you were eating just fine.
Yeah, I felt fine after like I voided my body.
Yeah, the fact that she mentioned nothing IRL and then in chat spilling her guts out makes it feel weird. Yeah, that definitely seems like she's kind of dangling a little fruit for her whales to donate on, but that's really it.
I felt fine.
Radia,
that's not how that works.
I got food poisoning last month. I wasn't able to eat properly for 2 days. I couldn't hold down a cracker.
Dude, we are really actually litigating the poop allegations right now. We're litigating the fecal, dude. Dude, Vine Sauce Joel and the final fecal funny is real, dude.
Because my body rejected everything so bad, I was throwing up from 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, nonstop, and I was not able to eat solid food until the evening of the very next day, where it was a thing of soup.
Yeah,
these are grown women, guys. I can't.
Eating the meat.
It was not.
So.
If you've had food poisoning ever in your life, you know what food poisoning is, and you know what food poisoning isn't.
Like, I've gotten over food poisoning quickly, like when I've eaten bad lettuce.
You don't get over food poisoning in under 12 hours.
That is true. That is true. Radia saying she got over her food poisoning in 12 hours is kind of fucking crazy. But also, really, are we really gonna be doing this? This is actually comedic.
It's just not a thing that happens.
All right. My Look, Adora admits that this was a bad decision. I agree. This is actually horrible. I had a lot more sympathy for Adora in the last stream, but this is actually cartoonishly ridiculous.
Especially if you're immunocompromised. And I guess the issue here is that you're allowed to feel bad. No one's saying that you didn't feel bad after, but you presented a certain situation to your community to make money, and it was not true.
Whoa. Okay, now that's an accusatory statement for real. That was for sure an accusatory statement. Hold on, I'm gonna play Nubby's Number Factory, cause I can't. I need to give a little something more here. What window is this on? The horses are out. I might do the horses if you guys want. Right now I got Nubby. There we go. I love nubbing my shit, bro. Okay.
Well, I didn't. I thought I had. That's what I thought I had, because I was like, it was far past any medication I had taken. So my only logic was, I am sick from the meat, because that's what it's felt like when I'm just violently going to the bathroom without medication. Like, that's not. So
Then if overnight and if the next morning you felt fine enough to eat, why still push the food poisoning in your Discord talking about how you had food poisoning the next day? If you wake up feeling fine, you know it's not food poisoning.
Okay, all right. I think she's somebody who's very ill, right? But I also think she kind of like okay, all right. It's like how Nani would be like, I'm sick, but then she would also like continue to like elaborate and over elaborate how sick she was and then ask for things while also being sick. It really does feel like that. Like I don't know, there just seems to be this type of all right. Forgive me for being a little based here. This seems like a girl thing. This seems like a woman thing where they're just like, I'm sick, please give me money. It's like, this is like number 3. All right, I'm beginning to think that this is like a type of person that's like this.
Poisoning. But you kept the narrative up.
That's not. I thought I had it. I'm gonna be honest. That's what I thought I had. Because I've gotten sick from food before, and it's not lasted like multiple days. Sometimes it passes.
But it doesn't last under 12 hours. I made sure to look into this because I'm like, well, maybe I'm wrong. It literally lasts at least usually over 12 hours.
Because for some reason, and it's usually dudes doing it, they feel when somebody comes to you and they're like, I'm sick, I'm struggling, blah, blah, blah. You just, if you are not evil, you feel like you need to give them money. Like when they say, can I have money? Because you feel bad, especially if it's someone you know, you feel more inclined to give money, right? I could have been getting money this whole time. This is not Diesel's how to solicit money via charity fraud stream.
For 12 hours, right?
Because I didn't eat until later that afternoon.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. We talked about this. It's not true. Adora, were you in the car
Yes.
with Radia?
And she
on
was
the way to
eating.
the aquarium?
She was eating a Tim Hortons breakfast sandwich on the way.
Oh my god. We're really actually litigating this. This is actually I can't believe it, dude. This is actually okay. This is really a bad look for Adora. She published it though, not Radia. So what's that tell you, right? Where is it? No, wait, it was this one. God, there's so many fucking documents. There's only 2 Google Docies, but they're so big, dude. Right? So she had even admitted that this was a bad idea. But this is just actually just... God.
11 hours after you had gone to bed or gone and done the streaming portion. We were still not even 12 hours over.
From what Adora said, Radia also had this call saved and just didn't publish it in her doc. Why? That's so weird. It's... Oh man, I'm gonna fucking lose this nubby run.
You then proceeded to, as someone who says they are lactose intolerant, eat yogurt in front of me. The entire bit of it. You took
I
no...
can eat that. I can eat a bit of it. I can't eat a lot of. Like I can't eat like heavy fat ice cream, but yogurt is a fine thing for me to eat. It doesn't upset my stomach. Like I've been okay with yogurt. Mine is not.
And a creamy
like
Alfredo
violent.
pasta with seafood shortly after at the rec room.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Where were you on the day that you had a fucking fettuccine Alfredo? I've seen you. I know that you shit your brains out. Why are you eating a fettuccine Alfredo? Doesn't it not make you go poo-poo with the lactose?
After you have said you had food poisoning and then did not tell us anything about this the next day. I never heard anything about this at all after you said you were saying you were sick to your community while we were in the room in a hotel. You know how hard that is
Like
to know your
insane from
friend
Legally
is saying
Blonde.
they are sick, only to and hear from a chatter, a community member, that you feel sick first and not you.
Who cares? You know that your friend has a chronic illness. You know that your friend is sitting in the bathroom. Could you just not put 2 and 2 together? Like...
And not you. Alone.
So to do a small summary, it feels like you're not being entirely honest with
Adora
us.
was asleep at the time. Oh my god. It feels like you weren't entirely honest. You haven't been honest with us about the poop enemas.
Or your
I am.
community. Or your community.
I'm being honest. Like
This is so fucking corny. Radia is definitely fucking villain girl material, but this is the most wackadoo shit. I can't even wrap my brain around it. I can't wrap my brain around it because what is like what is why do you guys I don't know how to like wrap my brain around it. I just don't.
But I thought I had to, like, that steak was red and raw.
It was not raw. It was red.
Oh,
you did not have
my god. What happens that flips this?
And I'm not saying that that did not upset your stomach a little bit. I'm saying that you did not have food poisoning. You did not act like you had food poisoning the next day in any capacity. But you kept this up with your community while never mentioning it to us. and also just never bringing up the stream that happened, which I find to be very just weird, right? Because that stream was incredibly successful for you.
Well, because I said it was going to happen.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
did not.
None of us knew.
Why did they need to know that though? Why do you guys need to know that your homegirl's gonna stream? Or that your homegirl's boyfriend is gonna stream on her behalf? The evidence of it is, I could literally pull it up. It's literally like giga easy. It's at the top of this. Hold on. She doesn't put it in a section with doxing, though. She puts it somewhere else because she's mentally ill. Here we go. If you need proof of how it makes no sense, just go look at her LinkedIn yourself. You'll see VTuber stuff quietly hidden into it as recently as this year. Hold on, let me make this window. I don't even know what her IRL name is, so I can't even look. Will you promise not to leak it, lol? But then Radia has also published her fucking medical records, okay? So like I now know how to make a at-home poop enema.
You never
I
said
mentioned
anything.
Nobody.
I mentioned that they were going to take over for me for the.
No, you did not.
You did not.
You did not.
Never.
You did not tell any
Who
of us that. You didn't mention it the
cares?
day after. When we woke up the next day, all I remember hearing from you is, "Oh, I stayed up a little late last night because I wasn't feeling super well." That's all I heard. There was no mention of that stream once, which is very cagey and very strange. And I'm trying to figure out why that was the case.
I just
because,
didn't
like,
think about talking about the stream that happened because I thought I had told you all that they were going to take over for the weekend, at least for one of the days. And it had been delayed. I didn't expect it to happen that late. And I told him, you don't need to do it that late. But he went and did it anyways.
But it's not, the problem isn't that they had did a stream for you. It's not that. It's that there seems to be a kind of purposeful omission of telling us at any point, either before or after, even though it went very well for you, right? And there was a complaining about finances the day after, a day after that you did very well.
So she makes bread on a stream that her boyfriend did. And then the next day after that stream, she's complaining about having no bread. But like with Twitch, don't you get paid a month after anyway? Isn't pay periods also monthly there? So I mean, she'd still be breadless. It's not like the bread is not currently in her bank account. She does not have the bread. Okay? So it's like you're just kind of splitting hairs about the technicalities of it, right? Like, okay, she had one good stream that her boyfriend kind of did the layup on.
This is the day after, a day after that you did very well. It seems like a purposeful omission.
No,
We
I
don't
wasn't.
care if you stream. We don't care if you make money. We don't care if you stream. That's not at all what we care about. But to find out you had a stream that you hid from us, which we don't care. Again, we do not care if you stream. We do not care if you make money. But it feels like you purposefully hid it from us. You never mentioned anything. It just like Palm said, it felt very cagey. And the very next
It's giving that you care quite a bit, yeah. It does sound like they care if she streams, actually. Like, on God. I just can't. It definitely sounds like you guys have a problem with her doing that. I don't know why either, because it really doesn't matter to you at all.
day after making a
It sounds like they're mad they didn't get any money, but I don't even know if it's that either, because it just seems very, like... It's just not... It's just... It doesn't... It feels like there's some other third reason.
few $1,000s on that stream, you were booking a hotel and you were saying, I can't afford it. Radia, you just made thousands of dollars on the stream the night before. What do you mean you can't afford it?
What do you mean? What do you mean? You guys know how payment works. I mean, she doesn't have the money right now.
I don't think I.
Yeah, maybe it's some group shit because they're like a big group, you know, and the girly pops gotta be with the girly pops and shit.
You are
didn't think I
complaining
said
to two people who have to save up year round to afford something that I can't afford it. The morning after you made thousands of dollars on a stream that, no one knew about.
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to do that. And
Do you understand why we're feeling this way?
No,
It feels like you are purposefully being secretive and you're hiding stuff from us and you're trying it
Hold on.
feels like you're making it seem like you're way worse off than you are.
We're your friends,
No.
Radia. I am your best friend. You can be honest with me. You can tell me these things. That's okay. I just need you to talk to me on these subjects and not be cagey or secretive or hide it from me, especially things that don't matter, like streaming, having your boyfriend stream while like you're there or whatever. I didn't know about that. You didn't tell us you had a successful stream. Like, it never came up. You could just talk about these things. You're allowed to.
There we go.
And
I figured I'd
I
just
didn't
add a
even
little
think about
something,
mentioning
something.
it the next day because my mind wasn't on that. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think of it the next day.
But you said something like, I stayed up late because I wasn't.
Yeah, why do you need to know? Why do you need to know if she's streaming and having a successful stream or not? I mean, if she's making a lot of money and then bitching about having no money, that I get. But then also, you guys know that the payments don't instantly appear in your bank account.
I stayed up late because I wasn't feeling well, not I stayed up late because I was.
I think it's a group thing because I have literally never seen either of these two women streaming by themselves. It's always together.
Wasn't feeling well, and I was watching.
I mean, it must be like a group thing. Yeah.
Watching my stream. It was like a weird, like, you know what I mean? It's like, this is.
I wasn't trying to omit anything. But like, I understand the concern.
Well, here's the thing.
I understand the concern. I mean, their concern kind of isn't justified in the same breath, right? Like, it's like whatever. Like, it literally is like whatever. Like, why? Like, they didn't really need to know. Maybe you shouldn't have complained about the money. Absolutely. And maybe if you're like going through like a health crisis at the current time, and you're like, yo, I need the bathroom for like 3 hours, then that should be communicated, right? Like if you have a physical disability and you're going to go be with people in a hotel room, I think it's important that you tell them like, yo, I need the bed because my lumbago will explode or something. But it just doesn't seem like she communicated that, and then they also seem to be way too concerned about it.
You have health issues. That's fine. Right?
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Like
we're emphasizing health issues to make money because I could see I looked at those logs because I didn't want this to be the case, Radia. I really did not. I'm not looking to do this. It makes me feel disgusting even thinking about it. But I was looking in chat and I was seeing message after message of I am on the floor. I feel so bad. Like, and people were worried enough about you.
What? Yeah, I know one of you chatters mentioned that earlier. Who doesn't talk about shitting with all their clothes off and like joking about it? I mean, I've done it literally, but like we've all done it and we all make jokes about it because it's like a human experience.
Disgusting even thinking about it. But I was looking in chat and I was seeing message after message of I am on the floor. I feel so bad. Like, and people were.
I gotta be honest, guys. This Minecraft parkour is so super. Like I'm like extra locked in now that I got it on.
Enough about you that they went. One of them went to my Discord and asked about it.
This is like if Falgy slipped on a banana peel and somebody came to me and was like, Diesel, did you know that Falgy slipped on a banana peel?
Yeah, I just
they wanted to
trying
check
like,
on you.
Yeah, I was just.
Dude, these guys have like a really unhealthy relationship with their fans.
Trying to have a good outlook, I guess, as I'm like shitting my brains out.
But yeah, they had chat came to us because they were worried
Dude,
about you. And
this is like an emotional roller coaster. I really wasn't Team Radia, and I'm still not really Team Radia because she's like fucking batshit, and that Google document is batshit. But like listening to this call, these ladies are saying the most ridiculous bullshit ever.
We do not know anything about you being sick when we are in the room with you, to where chatters are asking us to check up on you. Just looking from an outside point, that's not right.
Yeah. Oh, for looking from an outside point of view, that looks bad. Interesting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know how much we care about you. We know how much we worry about you. But to chat, we don't give a fuck, apparently. To chat, we don't care enough that you're feeling well.
Okay. You know what? Oh, boy.
It's all hyper-parasocial diesel, that's how you make the big bucks. Nanny should have been a Vtuber, posting your medical records works there.
Clearly. I mean, I don't know. She's the one talking right now is just kind of saying the quiet part out loud. It looks bad to the chat. It looks bad to your chatters that we don't know that you're going through a health issue right now. It looks bad for us. It looks bad for the brand.
To check up on you.
I gotta be honest though, I would just make fun of you. Okay. I would just make fun of you. Bro, why are you still live? I fully moved into my apartment. Well, you know what? I want to listen to the poop allegations, so.
To chat, they have to be the ones to ask us to check up on you or mention it publicly so we can check up on you. Because
I'm sorry, but why do you need to? I know they're super parasocial with their chat, but like, I can't imagine feeling so held hostage by my audience that I gotta like follow up on Kristen Ark's poop. You know?
We don't care about you. Because we're not paying attention to the fact that you're sick. We don't care that you're sick. They do. But we don't? Yeah. When we don't even know because you're hiding it from us.
Dude, it doesn't even sound like they care, actually. It sounds like they kind of care because the fans think they don't care. But I don't even think... Do the fans even think that they don't care? Like, do they spend enough time dwelling on that? I feel like when I hear something bad happen with a creator, I don't like immediately think, what does their mutual think?
It's not something to hide, Radia.
And it wasn't, and you hit.
Are you saying we aren't holding you hostage? You know, it's crazy. I feel like the audience that watches like the FPS Diesel video essays is like a completely different audience than the one that like watches me on stream. So it's like, I don't feel held hostage by this community, but that other community wants me to make commentary videos that are long and hard until the day I explode.
That happened the night before, but then you were totally fine the next day. To the point where it's very clearly, like, it was very clearly...
Is their brand a super fake niceness that would be tarnished by not holding her hair while she barfs? Yeah, but that's kind of like all VTubers, where it's all like faux niceness.
Not food poisoning. So what do we do now when we have chatters come up to us? It's like, how's Radia doing? Because if we didn't figure this all out...
What do you... Oh my god. How's Radia doing? She's fine. End of conversation. Okay? Like, that's really it. Like, it literally starts and stops with that. It's none of their business to be involved with, like, fucking the medical history of Radia.
Oh? It would have been chatters coming to us being like, how's Radia doing? And we would have been like, what?
What do you mean? She wasn't sick.
Thinking of the time people got mad because Ranboo wasn't getting food on stream. They didn't want food.
How do you think chat's going to look at you when you have this whole dramatic moment of being sick in a stream? They come to us and they say, "Oh, is she feeling better?" What do you mean? She was never sick.
Remember, guys. This is the fecal files. Okay?
Feeling better? What do you mean? She was never sick. Do you understand why that's not okay?
I do. I'm like,
Dude,
I'm
Dude,
sorry for
they're
not.
really-
unironically just grilling her for not saying that she was shitting. I can't, like, could they not put two and two together? Oh, where's Radia? She's in the bathroom. She's been in there a long time. Oh, how long? 2 hours. Let me knock on the door. Knock, knock, Radia, you okay? Yes, I'm okay. I'm just shitting my brains out. Boom, end of conversation.
really bad look. And like I guess the thing is, it's like
This is not even about, this has nothing to do with like friends at all. This has everything to do with optics. Like, it's like they're now they're all bad. Now they all suck, actually.
have minor health issues comparatively, right?
Yeah.
But I never ham that shit up. It's
They were all asleep, except for Palm, who went to sleep a bit after. How do you, dude? I'm sorry. I'm a light sleeper, I guess. If my friend was pooping and the poop was fierce, I would hear it and I would wake up and I'd be like, damn boy, you drop a Snicker bars in there. You need any help? You want me to go get you a towel, some electrolytes or something? Watery stool, Diesel. Damn, boy, you frying chicken in there? Who's dropping the soup stock down the toilet? Letting all that go to waste. You need some Gatorade in there.
Yes, I am shitting, whatever. I'm having a bad time. I never ham up my health. You never ham up your health and your health situation to make more money.
That's not what that was not my like goal in mind. At
You
all.
don't profit off of an illness.
I mean, you can actually make a lot of money off of an illness. In fact, some guys like Mama Max will actually house you and allow you to eat your couch. So literally people.
That wasn't my objective at all.
The timing of when things were said, it very much comes off like that. I don't know what to tell you besides the timing of when things were said.
Okay.
I can't even begin to tell you how focused I am now that this Minecraft parkour is happening. It is actually kind of astounding that this is a thing that exists. This is outrageously focus inducing. I think I have ADHD.
Very much comes off like that, right?
I get that.
I want to mention another thing that was said during that stream in the chat that hurts me very personally. Is you said, "Trust me, I didn't choose it. Trust me, I wanted Chinese food."
Oh my god. Now that I hear it with the words associated and the way there's no way that you can circle that square. And
and the walk there, before we even left, does anyone have any requests or needs for dietary concerns? That is something we always...
Don't you guys know that radio would have dietary stuff? You know, why are you asking the group when you all should be turning to your friend who has the Hershey Squirts disease and asking her?
Talk about before we go out anywhere to make sure that people can be taken care of. And you are saying this in front of your community like we don't care by saying that.
That's actually crazy, dude. That's actually crazy. If somebody's like, I wanted Chinese food, but we went to the steakhouse, I'd be like, oh, I guess she just got outvoted by the group. I wouldn't be thinking her friends hate her and want her to get giga sick forever and die extreme pain of poopy disease.
We meant...
Imagining this is an LA Noire style interrogation. You gotta understand, I was really shitting, and it's just like the most constipated looking lying face possible.
Other places. We mentioned, yeah, we can go, like, we're not going to go to K Barbecue because we've been doing that too much. We mentioned Chinese before. We mentioned Italian. We mentioned we mentioned a lot of different options.
Dude,
you never...
The women are wild, guys.
said anything about, You said, yeah, no, those are safe options. Chinese food is usually a safe option. You never said, oh, I want to go to Chinese. You never wanted to go. You just said that it was a safe option, just like how I was saying Italian.
Damn, you're still on? Yeah, man, yeah. Somebody donated 5 fucking gifted. And it convinced me. I was easily swayed.
You just said that it was a safe option, just like how I was saying Italian is a safe option. And coming across that we don't care about you. Again. Coming across...
No, it's not... I'm sorry. Who's like... I feel like this is self-imposed, right? I feel like they think their audience would think that, but I don't think their audience would think that. I don't think they would make the connection unless they made the connection themselves, right? Like, as a creator, you have so much control over the discourse that I think if you just said something confidently, people would have just believed you, and they wouldn't have questioned it.
That, oh, you wanted something? Fuck you. We're gonna go somewhere else.
Yeah, that was not.
So if I donate another 5, you'll stay live indefinitely. I don't know about that.
And I was not trying to appear like that, and I'm.
It's throwing people under the bus.
You sound tired. I am. I worked a full day, and so it was the last day. So my students need to make a short film, and they were outside today in like fucking 90-degree weather because we needed to finish some pickup shots. Back to school week. No, back to school week is in like 2 weeks. School doesn't start till after Labor Day. So it's like after August something. It's near the end of the month.
I understand. That was not my like objective at the end of the day. Like, I was fine.
Oh, it also doesn't help that I'm also like working on the store at the same time as I'm working and streaming. So I have like when I'm working on the store today, I'm going to stop in the middle of the day and I'm going to write on my laptop from the store.
Yeah. I understand. That was not my like objective at the end of the day. Like, I was fine with doing something for the larger group that was like convenient.
I have a question.
I have a question. Listen, I need to interrogate you about your poo-poo.
At this point in time, would you be comfortable just telling your community, hey, no, I was never sick.
What the fuck? That's fucking weird, dude. What do you mean? She's chronically ill. She's always sick, actually.
I had a little bit of a tummy trouble. I didn't actually have food poisoning. Would you feel comfortable doing that? Or would you feel like you would be putting yourself at risk?
Okay, real talk. Okay. So if you have a bachelor's and you want to teach, and I'm guessing you're thinking like what? That would be like elementary or high school. Fucking, it is the most rewarding job I have ever had. It is also the most exhausting job. High school, yeah, okay, so that's like same demo that I work with. It is the best job, but also like really, really taxing emotionally. I just full stop. I'm probably not gonna re-up my contract after this, just because it's just like really stressful. In that regard, I do not envy the teachers who do it and have done it for 40 years. And I apologize for ever being a bad student in high school, because now I realize all the shit they had to deal with, and I feel bad. But no, I really am proud of the people that I teach and the people that I work with. It's all the extra stuff around it. I haven't talked about it, and I'm not going to talk about it until my contract is done. But stuff like the bureaucratic work behind it is the bad stuff.
No, I'd be comfortable telling them that, because I thought at the time it was legitimately food poisoning, because the only thing I could...
My sister is a preschool teacher and now believes in post-birth abortion. Does she teach at the Waldorf School Pie?
think of is I ate the steak that was very, very, very red, near like raw. It had like
Yes.
Question.
You really live an exciting life, Pi. You know that?
Question. As someone who is immunocompromised, are you supposed to eat rare meat?
It's okay for me to eat rare meat. I'm not supposed to eat like raw
Shouldn't.
steak, but I can eat rare meat.
You shouldn't though.
I shouldn't.
Rare meat
Oh
because
my god. Oh, this is actually really bad. This is actually why didn't Radia publish this? This actually really is like it would have helped her case. If she had just published this call without so much like insane garbage, she kind of would have won, in my opinion. If it was like a short thing being like, my friends said that I wasn't immunocompromised, my friends said they only cared about me because of the community and blah blah blah, you would have just fucking you would have won, dude.
Me.
If it's pink, it's fine. Like I've been told it's okay if I can eat rare. I'm
But
not
rare, not
supposed to eat
pink.
Is this
Rare is
Adora
red.
interrogating Radia? No, so this is that's probably, I think that's Pomato. And then Fen is also in it. Why did Adora post this? Adora says that it was not a good decision to do the intervention. She fully like retreats on that position, but I can't like, it's bad. This is bad. Like she admits that this was a terrible decision to make, but it is still really bad.
Every restaurant you will ever go to, rare is red.
Guys, they're woman-splaining. They're literally woman-splaining disability to her right now.
Pink is
I've gotten
medium
it.
rare. Pink is medium rare.
Pink is medium rare.
Is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Red is red with
Okay.
raw. Yeah.
I have had overcooked.
Who orders rare at a restaurant? Yeah, I only trust rare steak if I make the rare steak. Otherwise I'll go for like a medium to medium rare, depending on how much I trust the restaurant. Never do well though. I will never do rare. I will never do well done.
Steak, I guess, because it's
Very
been like
ACC
pink when I've
coded.
asked for
I
it.
know.
Because I asked rare more towards like medium rare. I just said rare and think about it.
You know, Rare really reminds me of the hit video game creator Rareware, which created such hits as Banjo-Kazooie. See, you know, I hang out with Joey a lot more because of the store these days, and it's actually incredible how many video games this guy references in like an 8-hour period. Like, it's actually astounding. I don't know. Listen, I know he's on Twitch at the John Chairs, but John Chairs literally, like, I've never seen a man be able to cook on a fucking like video game like he can.
Usually they overcook steak. So I didn't think, but I can have steak. I just can't eat like tartar or raw meat. I'm not supposed to eat raw meat like that.
We're starting to get off track. Do we want to start getting back on?
You guys weren't on track at all. Holy shit.
I don't have anything that helps me.
The concern, one of our major concerns here, is the over flourishing of health situations. Whether it be for money, whether it be for attention, whether it be for whatever. It's a bad look.
Yeah.
It's true. It is a bad look. People who are like, I am disabled, I am blah blah blah, I'm literally boogie. People hate that, dude. People do not like that. So it's good to tell her, like, career-wise, that that's a bad decision. But also, it's just like, that's a bad angle to approach it when you're friends. Like, if it's your friend and you feel your friend is purposefully using their disabilities or anything like that for money, you could be like, yo, I don't fuck with that. I don't like that. You need to stop that. But to be honest, every time I've had Well, my only personal experience has been a very public drama, Glupshido drama in the Diesel cinematic universe. But like the stuff with Nani is just like, the problem is that like she was getting the money from the community, and so I kind of just had to make a really hard line decision on it.
And it gives us another issue where it feels dishonest. It feels like you're not.
And that's exactly how I felt, because when somebody like abuses the charity of others for money, it's really hard to trust what they say. It feels like, oh, you've kind of manipulated the kindness of people for cash.
Being untruthful about one or two things can make it seem to where we're stuck wondering, okay, so what were you truthful about? What else were you not truthful?
This one I definitely, I resonate with it. This one's valid. This one's valid.
About what else were you hiding? Because that's what it feels like.
It
feels like you were
the fact that this is coming on the backbone of the little fecal funny is definitely not helping it though.
Hiding stuff from us. Because then now we're stuck thinking, okay, so what else is hidden? What else is being hidden from us? What else is
I wouldn't
not
think
being
she's
told to
hiding
us?
stuff about her health because she didn't tell me that she was shitting in the bathroom. I just if they brought up more examples of her begging for money while being like sick, I definitely resonate with it more.
Okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't
if they
trying to
brought up
hide
more
any
than
of
the
it.
food
I just-
poisoning
I
event,
didn't-
I could see how it would look bad. But it's one event, and I don't know if she's milking it. Yeah, maybe she does, but maybe she doesn't. It's kind of hard to tell, especially with the framing of this and the fact that they're only talking about that one event.
Actively think about.
But you knew you had a very successful stream night, and for some reason that never came up. In addition to you supposedly telling your entire community you were on the ground with food poisoning and never rolling that back at any point.
I didn't think of it. I'm going
Yeah,
to be
I'm
honest.
actually.
I didn't think about
They
it.
are totally 100. You know what? I'm calling it now. I'm bringing the gavel down. They're 100% wrong for doing this call. This is completely wacko. This is super fucking wackadoo.
About that on the front of streaming, or the food poisoning.
Yeah.
Right? Like it just doesn't add up. That's the problem. It doesn't add up. Right? Like I don't
Yeah,
really
it's
know.
just the food poisoning is an excuse for not including them in a good stream. Yeah, that's definitely how it comes off right now.
Like if you put yourself in our shoes and you saw this, how we're seeing this, it's like, what?
So here's the problem with that, Cosmio the Bard, right? So Radia claims that Adora is an abusive, literally like an abusive ex who uses, and then also, by the way, Radia also defines what emotional control is and emotional abuse and coercive control. And so it ends up looking really fucking psychotic and wacko because there's times when Adora comes to her and she's like, you need to manage your mental health better. You need to manage yourself better. Like, you're literally like thinking really negatively about content, blah, 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 right? Like the food poisoning thing is one event, but there were other like screenshots of Adora being a supportive friend when Radia wasn't making money. So it goes further than just this one event. It's just that they're not talking about those other events. So it just seems really strange. I don't know how long you've been in this stream. I'm losing my mind. It's been 4.5 hours.
The question is what? Why? Right?
I understand.
Here's a small one.
I just don't.
Here's
yeah.
a small one.
Chat is a sounding board for my peanut gallery, okay? My mental is bad right now.
Here's a small one related to this. When you were discussing the hotel that you were booking for Off-Kai, you mentioned it would only cost $50 more for an entire stay to upgrade to a suite.
Yeah.
That's not how hotels work. As
That's
a system.
what it said.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What a weirdly weird, rude thing to do. What the fuck? That's not how hotels work. I mean, I've definitely gotten upgrades like that before. I've definitely seen them. I don't take them because I don't like to spend money like that, but like it's not impossible.
Like that's what it said. It literally had a difference of
Can
like
you show us?
$50.
Can you show us,
Please show us the receipt.
please?
Sure. Let me find it.
Why did Laserpig include his fat fucking nose in this stupid bullshit?
Because when I was comparing prices, it had a like 1-bedroom king, and then it was like, here's the booking confirm. Yeah, there you go. And I told you it was about $1,200 for the entire weekend, which there it is.
Okay. Can you show us what a non-suite would be then? That is only 50.
What the fuck are you on about, lady? Holy shit. All right, if that's what you spent. Now show me this price. A price that would only exist. I'm sorry. Do you guys know how surge pricing works? She literally could not get the original price for that thing that she just like was looking for before this. Right? Like it's not she's not going to be able to access that again. Dude, I fucking Minecraft parkour is like giving me the most autistic fixation right now. I'm not even going to lie.
Can you show us what a non-suite would be then? That is only $50 more a night. Is it $50 more a night, or is it $50 more an entire stay?
It was $50 more a night.
You told us to stay multiple times, both me and
Dude, this is
Susan.
like
stay.
they're grilling her about this in such a weird way.
I'm sorry. I'm being bombarded by 3 people trying to like pull things.
I'm not saying anything right now.
Can you show us the DM you made?
This is actually really bad. This is really bad. Holy shit. Adora is like fucking psycho. What the fuck? Dude, they got the overhead lighting on Radia, and Adora's big fucking yiddies are like banging into Radia's face, and she's like, show us the bill, Radia. And Radia's like, I can't get the bill, I'm being bombarded right now.
Made with Juniper, please.
With Juniper? Who the fuck is Juniper?
Asking her for the meet and greet.
Oh fuck, I never sent it.
You said to us.
Did you send
you
it to
sent
Spite?
Did you send one to
I
Spite?
did send
You
one.
said, can you show us that
us?
one then? Because you told us you sent multiple reminders to Juniper as well.
No, I sent. This is what I sent to Spite, and I sent a thing to Juniper, and I
Juniper is
was
a
going to go
bigger
remind people.
VTuber. They
And
wanted to
I
go to
fucking
their
forgot.
meet and greet for
I must
promo.
have-
I am happy
Okay.
that you sent the message to Spite. I appreciate that. Thank you for showing that to us. That makes me feel better.
Because that was the copy that.
Dude, leaked audio from the Mensa Summit is really funny. No, there's more than one moth girl in VTubing. There's a few moths.
And
I said I was going to send a reminder, and I never sent a reminder.
Dude, every single VTuber drama is everybody being the most. This is literally all just ACC stuff, dude. This is crazy.
told me you did send a reminder because I offered to reach out myself. You told me specifically that you did send a reminder.
I don't remember that. I thought I
You
said
did.
I will send her. I
No,
thought
you
I said
said
I
you
will
did.
send her.
You said for both
This is actually outrageous.
Juniper and Spite, as far as I can tell, you said you
Oh.
sent reminders, as in an action that was done, as opposed to an action that you plan to do.
I thought I did. I'm sorry.
Look, Radia might be all fucking crazy, but boy, she's still hot.
She had gotten a message.
I'm so glad comedians aren't like this in
So,
my experience.
multiple.
Again.
We're not gay like this. We don't do this gay shit. Really? Really?
Multiple. So again,
Okay, Diesel. Listen, man, it's 1:48 in the morning. I'm kind of fucking tired. I've been awake since fucking 6 o'clock in the morning.
it's like, well, this was something that wasn't true that was told to us. Right?
You're killing it, brother.
I've always been...
Yeah, I'm killing my viewer retention, that's for sure. With all the interesting anecdotes I'm offering to the poop files.
I've always been of the perspective, I've even had this talk with Adora. If there's a lot going on in your life that you just do not have the mental bandwidth to deal with something, I'd rather you tell me that so that we can figure it out, as opposed to telling me it's happening when it isn't. Because then there's no way to compensate for that. Right? Did we not have this conversation, Adora, between the two of us about the trailer?
We did.
Right.
I had stated with the trailer basically that I was not in the mental wherewithal to do it, and me and Palm then started reaching out to editors shortly thereafter. After I had said that to her, and that's how we got Sunwon. I had also reached out to Gob or whatever.
The problem is, if you tell me the truth of I'm dealing with a lot right now, I don't have the bandwidth to really deal with this or whatever, it can be compensated for. If you tell me something that isn't true, then I never know to compensate for it. Right? And I don't know if we ever would have gotten Juniper or Spite or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? But we weren't even really given the chance, because one ping in Spite's direction with all the shit she's doing right now is not enough to get her attention. And to not send anything to Juniper.
What the fuck am I even listening to right now? We're just talking about who we didn't communicate to, and who the fuck is any of this mean? I don't know what it means. Is this what it feels like when you don't know all the players in an ACC drama?
Opportunity, right?
Yeah.
And die.
So
what do we do? Argue with you?
There's that.
I don't want to be that guy who says it, but all these dumb mean girl dramas in the Vtuber community always involve someone who used to be a cosplayer. I swear to God, the sexy photo shoot hot cosplayer community is cursed.
Yeah, dude, it's great. Dude, Momo-kun's legacy remains strong, dude. Remains very strong.
Do we want to talk on the next thing that we?
Hey, you know, Radia, we know
we're gonna be.
We know that we know that we're grilling you right now, Radia. You need to take a moment to compose yourself. But we've decided to move on to the next point before you're allowed to say anything. It's not even like really an intervention. You're interrogating her for answers and then not letting her answer the questions. Like an intervention needs to leave like space for like offering up kindness and love to each other, right? Like an intervention isn't fuck you, stop doing drugs. Like an intervention is like, we love you, we don't want to see you do drugs anymore, right? Like those are two different things.
Front about this has been a building of issues, and unfortunately some of this is just because I think a lot of us, like all of us, have been trying. You've been going through a lot, and we've been hearing from you how much.
It was Radia's responsibility to reach out to Spite and Juniper, bigger VTubers that could make their booth pop off. And they are saying that her saying that she did when she didn't fucked an opportunity. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I'd be annoyed about it. I've definitely had, like, opportunities, like, fly by me like that and stuff, but I don't think, look, it happens, you'd be like, whatever, and then move on. It's just so, like non productive to have like a confrontation like this. And yeah, it is just like a confrontation, not an intervention for sure.
You've been going through, and we've wanted to protect you, right? So when there's been weird things that have come up that were questionable, it's like, well, we don't bring it up because it's like,
since they're a newer group, it matters more since V groups have a stigma for failing. Well, it looks like that prophecy is self-fulfilled. Interesting that.
it up because it's like, that's just going to make matters worse right now, right? But then it's led to this.
Man, I ate a single slice of pizza for dinner, and it's 2 a.m. and there's no way I can cook anything right now. Oh, I'm not looking forward to whatever I'm gonna have to eat for dinner.
The breaking point, which is the Saturday situation, right?
Dude, not the Saturday
because
situation.
that was a breaking point. The only reason I knew that stream even happened was because I happened to be staying up a little bit later.
Listen, I know that we're calling the poop allegations the fucking Saturday situation, but I think we should call it the fecal files.
And then
Radia released the stool samples.
Nobody wants to hear anything about the stool samples. We want to move on from the stool samples. He was a gross guy. He was a creep. That stool samples guy.
When I mentioned it to Fen and Adore, they had no clue. No clue. Right? And then I had to hear from them about this issue with the hotel room. And I think I'm gonna start with that because I think it's a good place to start because it's relevant to everything, and then we can cover the rest of the stuff. But Anime North was an opportunity that came about because of my efforts that I was incredibly happy to share with you guys, right? And I couldn't have done it at least.
That's Pomato saying that? That's crazy. All right, girl, sit the fuck down.
Without Stoneforged, right? It was an opportunity given to me that I could share, right? You got a free badge. You got
How
a free
much time is left in this call out of curiosity? We're at 30 minutes and I can't check the time. So I'm going to open up a new tab and I'm going to look at the time. Let's see.
I didn't.
Oh my god.
That was not.
Oh my god. We're talking at least another. Oh my god. Another 40 minutes. Another 40 minutes, dude.
Couldn't have done it at least without Stoneforged, right? It was an opportunity given to me that I could share, right? You got a free badge. You got a free hotel room. Like, we might have to pay a little bit, but it's fundamentally free, right? It was a free opportunity.
Which I was incredibly grateful for.
That's the problem. Never came across that way, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god. You were the big girl in the room and you wanted a ring kiss? Is that... Brother.
I had a room with Adora. We had planned this out months in advance, right? We had planned this out months in advance. Months in advance, before I knew that I was getting a cheaper hotel room. And we were rooming together because our finances aren't the strongest, right?
Yeah.
And when I got a cheaper hotel room, it's like, our finances aren't the strongest. We're rooming together. This is perfect for us, right? And I have another friend, Maro Maris, who also doesn't have a great, really doesn't have a great financial situation. So
Nobody. Millennials and their financial situation. Jesus Christ. You guys spend so much time complaining about your financial situation, and you don't spend any time fixing your financial situation.
Of course they can crash on my couch. But when we brought that up, I felt like you, on multiple occasions, were trying to pressure your way into this room, which was unfair.
Oh my god. If she's your friend, just let her sleep in the fucking room, bro. Be like, yo, just pay me this much money and I'll let you stay in the room. Like, why do we gotta make it a big thing? Why? I don't want to fucking thank you. I just want my money.
And then you even went as far to say that you felt like you were left out because I did not, or we did not invite you to our room. When there was no way for us to know that you had No plans prior.
It was not an insinuation to like join the room. That isn't what I
Okay.
wanted. I felt like I just wasn't invited to.
To what? What wasn't
like,
invited to
Okai-
what?
To like Okai in general. I
By
don't
who?
know.
By who? None of us were invited. None of us were invited.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Pomato is total gossip hound girly. She's just got the voice, bro. She's totally just got the voice.
To off Kai.
We all
We
chose to
chose.
go.
I want guys, I love this shit. This is it. This is mine. This is my little creep of a community to fucking be a tourist in, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Don't
I was
be invited
being-
to a convention.
I was being very stupid about it. I just
But
felt left
it
out,
was,
and
but it's hurtful. You have to understand how hurtful it is because it's like, I know you're about to be able to attend a convention for free, but all I'm hearing is that you're upset with me because I'm not giving you room in my hotel and I have left you out.
yeah, that was not.
Right?
Again, I was not trying to do that. That was not my insinuation.
This is not an intervention at all, dude. This Pomato hates her fucking guts, dude. That girl hates her fucking guts. Absolutely despises her. It like flows out from her in a way that just it comes like natural, okay?
My insinuation,
But
and I'm
it's-
sorry. If it
Yeah,
came
but the
across that way.
problem is that for one reason or another, there seems to be an overall trend of a lack of consideration or gratitude for what people
you haven't even Jesus
around you are doing. I'm
Jesus Christ, dude. This girl is just ripping her apart.
not asking for my dick to be sucked.
You literally are asking for your dick to be sucked, you fucking bitch.
I never want my dick to be sucked. That is not something I
I don't know about that. I don't believe you.
am looking for, right? But I also like there has to be some sort of recognition of like, ayo, this person just gave me something.
What is she supposed to do? Fucking here's money for the room. Like I don't know what to fucking tell you.
The recognition of like, ayo, this person just gave me something. I'm not going to then.
I do things for people. I don't really ever expect thank yous or anything like that. I don't really expect other people to show like to give that back. I don't expect it. I'll just do something because I want to do it for like me or like just to be nice. I don't really wanting to hear some gratitude is not ever something I've ever like. For like really superficial stuff or like people I've been like family with for like a long time, yeah. But like if it doesn't happen, I'm not like it doesn't. I don't dwell on it. You know what I mean? It sounds like they dwell on it. I think that's a good way to put it because it's not like I don't get bothered by it. It's like because I do. Fucking I mentioned it earlier with the wedding and like a friend and then a family member's baby shower. I'm just using it as examples. It's not something I dwell on. It happened and I just kind of moved on from it. So would it not be off to think a lot of this stuff started with Palm, most likely, and Adora being Palm's friend is gossiping like Palm about Radia, like a mutual enemy? Just an idea, not what I actually believe. I think Palm is probably, if anybody is behind any kind of like blackballing, I think it's Palm. She sounds like she wanted her ring kiss. That's what that sounds like. It just sounds like that.
Literally try like do something that makes them feel like shit for no reason, right? You know, like I'm not asking for dick sucking, but I'm also not asking to be kind of like piled on.
No.
And have extra stress on my back, right?
Dude, Pomato got off scot-free, honestly. Yeah, 100%. Does Pomato end up in a lot of drama? Has she been in drama before? Or I saw the one VTuber that I follow, Akuma Miko. She's in drama again. Dude, that girl is in drama all the time. I gotta do a stream on her, but I know the second I do, she's gonna have like a giga crash out moment.
Like this entire opportunity, I know that you're the only one with a full-time job. I never asked any.
Okay. how about you unemployed motherfuckers get a job? If you're like, I'm broke and I have no money as a full-time streamer, get a job. Get a job, get a job, get a job, get a job. It would be a good idea to get a job.
Thing of like, I tried to keep my requests of you very minimal because I know you have the least time of any of us, right?
Yeah, I know.
Right?
And
I don't think her tweet was kind of throwing Adora under the bus. That's crazy that her tweet was throwing Adora under the bus because Palm is such an aggressor in this call.
I know.
Right?
And
that was intentional. That was an intentional choice. And
I felt like I just kept
I know, dude.
fucking
There's four women in this group for women in STEM. And 3/4 of them don't work in the sciences anymore. There's only one of them who still works in the STEM fields. The rest are just unemployed. It's because all their jobs got taken by the indentured servitude from H-1B visas.
or just I've
it's
been
only
way
a
more
fuck up.
overwhelmed.
It's only a fuck up when you don't show the gratitude, like any sort of gratitude. It's not a fuck up when you aren't able to do something because you're working and dealing with stuff. That's not the fuck up.
That's this girl is actually fucking diabolical. Holy shit.
The fuck up is not recognizing what people are doing for you, because it's not just this. I'm gonna stop ranting now because there's other people in this call. It's not just about me, obviously, but
I understand.
Like Fen, Adora, do you want to bring up?
I'll talk about that.
There's an update now. Oh my god, we've gone through 2 Minecraft parkours.
Radio, I have known,
dude, this one looks really
and I've
good.
hinted
oh
at
god.
this before in the past, but I have known in the past 1.5 to 2 years of knowing you that you have spoken in private with Kono about how I do not help you enough, and that hurts a lot.
Mom has made a tweet
because
full
I love
response. Oh my god. Here we go again. Let me pull it up. IRL scientist. IRL scientist, but literally no job. Dude, none of them have any job, dude. That's crazy. Oh my god. Okay, this is a long E. Long E. Hey y'all, I'm back from vacation. I want to clear things up and give my end of the story. I want to start off by making it clear I have no intention of defending Adora's actions. Motherfucker, you were holding the sword that did the stabbing, dude. I was aware she had toxic habits that I had been working with her to improve on, but was completely unaware of the degree she was affected others and the amount of people she had affected. This girl, wow, these guys are all, they all are terrible, dude. I had no idea she had treated so many people so poorly. The DMs she sent to Momo were beyond vile. What DMs did she send to Momo? Who's Momo? Seeing the sheer amount of people Adora has hurt and manipulated is beyond heartbreaking. I haven't seen any evidence of Adora doing that, dude. This call has been the most damning part. Radia, if you're reading this, I'm sorry for how harshly I spoke to you during that call. Listening to that call and reading Radia's point of view, I've realized I was primarily speaking from a place of frustration. What are you saying, dude? Radia sounded like a psycho in her Google Doc. She sounded mentally ill. Momo's the chick in the screen caps Adora was saying that Radia lied about her job and med history. Ah, okay. Momo is the manager Adora sent the name to. Okay. So, is the vile thing in question that single message that we've seen, or is there just like more floating out there completely unbeknownst to me? Ratty, if you're reading this, I'm sorry for how harshly I spoke to you during that call. Listening back to it now and reading Raddia's point of view, I realized I was primarily speaking from a place of frustration and actually getting my concerns across. They're all backstabbing. Yeah. They're all backstabbing. I went into the call with good intentions. Sure you did, but went about it the wrong way. I know when I'm passionate, I come off very strongly, but my actions went beyond passion and over the line of reasonable. The tone was completely inappropriate, which contributed to making a call overwhelming for Adia. For that, again, I'm sorry. For my part, I think my failures were due to stress of launching Project STEM, our VTuber group, a project that meant a lot to me, as I was the primary point of contact for the booth at Anime North. However, my communication with those around me suffered, and I was not always as clear as blah, blah, blah. After the call, I got con crud and was out of commission until the next week. After that, I no longer felt I could maintain any kind of relationship with Radia, so I distanced myself from her. Since the final call with the group, we haven't spoken to each other at all. I never brought any of this up on stream and kept myself grounded by venting my frustrations to family and friends closest to me. Ultimately, I felt like Radia, and I just weren't compatible as people. I wanted to let things lie so we could both move on. Wow, crazy. It's almost like you could just fucking move on, but I guess you're undoing that now. Everyone from this drama will end up in another drama within the next year. Shortly after, however, I found out that Adora had sent a poorly edited version of the document we had written to organize our thoughts prior to the confrontation called a Digi without Fen or my knowledge. I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck was in that document versus the original that made it like bad? There was like not really anything. Like I've looked at it, but they like what was in the original versus the new one? The document was for us to figure out what we were going to say in that call, and quite frankly, contained a lot of petty shit that we realized wasn't relevant to our concerns. So they were never brought up in the call. So it was an edited version. So you're saying there was more petty shit in the Google Doc? Because there was petty shit in it still, but there was more. So Adora got rid of more problematic things that were in it. You guys are like crucifying Adora for sweeping for you, bro. You guys are crucifying her for sweeping. You should be keeping your mouth shut. If I was sent a document containing every nitpicky reason why my friends were upset at me, I would have been beyond upset too. And I don't know why Adora thought it was okay to share that with anyone. I don't know why you wrote it down. It was like a group effort, dude. I do not condone or support what Adora did, so I'm distancing myself from someone who is one of my closest friends. I can't, like, I'm not saying Adora is the most mentally well. Her, like, attitude in that call and litigating the fecal funnies is ridiculous, okay? But this girl is treating it like she's an innocent little bean who recognizes her issues. It's almost like, hold on, you know what? It's almost like she's decided to side with Radia because she's noticed that, oh, the drama's not going the way I've wanted it to. I better pick a side and hedge my bets. That's what that reads like. Let me sip my water. After the call, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. This was over a month and a half ago. I recognize that Project STEM, something I poured all myself into, was toast within a month of its announcement. Dude, it only lasted a month. That's actually really funny. The distance between Adora and I continued to grow with the aftermath, specifically those smaller than her, like trash. I want to be clear, I don't fuck with that kind of systematic bullying or elitist behavior. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. We're only human. I've made plenty of mistakes, but Adora's actions are beyond unacceptable, and I hope everyone hurt can find peace again. I was aware Alessia and Adora had a conversation about Athora's behavior. Even though I had separated myself from the group, I reached out to Alessia because I was concerned about the implications radio was making regarding Adora's reason for taking a break. Several people have spoken about about spying in the past few.
Baba Booey.
Holy crap! Diesel still streaming for later. You got activated, didn't you?
I did, but I'm starting to sag, and my words are slurring, so I'm gonna have to fucking stop, dude. In the end, my social circle and friend group has exploded, and I'm about to hit 5 hours. It says that on here that I'm about to hit 5 hours. I hope you're built for VTuber. I told you you're built for VTuber drama. This whole experience has been depressing and anxiety-inducing. I'm sorry, all these people are. This is so clearly like written as like a I need to get away from this response. Like, I mean, sure, do what you need to do, get away from it, but like, I know what you are. I know what you are. I know you're kind. I've seen it. I've seen your kind before. Oh my god. Yeah, man. So that was kind of fucking long. Do I go through the rest of these calls? Am I missing out on some fucking giga crazy? I feel like I'm taking a really safe position by saying all these people suck, but like, yeah, I guess I'll probably do like one more. I kind of feel like I want to go through the rest of this. I'm very activated for this. Something about it just like speaks to me on a spiritual level. That's just the accurate take. But yeah, I don't know. I just kind of want to listen to more of the poop files, but I'm also like outrageously tired right now. I would really like it if you finish the call and listen to how shitty the final call is. You know what? You got yourself a deal. This single chatter, Destruction Dawn, is carrying this content on their back. What are the poop files? Somebody missed the poop files. Yeah, I gotta embrace my autism. I like, dude, this stuff is way better than EHD. Oh man, Grace Thorpe suing Destiny. Oh man, food shops. Something, I don't know. Somebody mentioned food shops earlier. I don't really know what, but I don't really care. But this is way better than that. Okay? Because all these people are ridiculous. I'm going to bed. Good night.